Good evening, everyone. This meeting of the Coventry Town Council will now come to order at 6 p.m. Roll call. Vice President Ludwig. Here. Mr. LeBlanc.
Here.
Mrs. Lima.
Here.
Mrs. Shockley.
Here.
President Dixon here. Mrs. Lima, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and describe the emergency evacuation plan. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In event of an emergency, you can evacuate back to the.
I'm going to ask the members of the public who are with us this evening to stand for a moment of silence to remember Christy Paola, who died unexpectedly in Westerly, Rhode Island, Thursday, October 13th, 2022. Chris owns several radio stations, including WWRI, West Warwick, which operates the Kent County Classic Rock on 105.5 AM in Coventry. The station has been an exceptional partner with the Coventry community. May we stand for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. We'd just like to mention at some time in the future, when it is appropriate, we will have a recognition of Chris, and we will do a longer presentation concerning what a valuable community member he has been to all of us. This is really too soon right now to do that, but we did want to remember him this evening. Council meeting minutes. Madam Clerk, did you receive any corrections for June 20th or June 27th?
Yes, for both of them, they've all been corrected.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Just a moment. Mrs. Lima and I were not present for one of the meetings minutes. So we're going to take a motion and a second for June 20th first. May I have a motion and a second for the meeting minutes for June 20th?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion?
So I had sent some corrections to Joanne, but then I got her out of office. So should I forward those over? Or I don't know if
And she had said that they both were corrected. When did you send them over?
this morning.
Oh, okay. Right, listen.
Okay. They were relatively small corrections. So yeah. And same for the other minutes that we'll talk about for both things.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the amended minutes. Oh, Mrs. Lima? Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve the amended minutes for June 20th. Roll call. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
3 yeas, 2 abstentions. The motion passes. May I have a motion and a second to approve the amended minutes for June 27th?
I'll make motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call.
Hold on. I had edits I didn't have time to submit to the clerk.
Fine.
Page 19 of our packet, line 264. Mr. Tracy was just highlighted. Wasn't sure why that was. Page 20 of our packet, line 315. The word enough is superfluous there, and that can be eliminated. Line 356, page 21 of our packet, that should be making decisions and before having an opinion set in stone. Page 22 of our packet, starting line 385. The opening sentence doesn't make any sense. So I propose to amend it to Councilmember Lima thought, eliminating all of that up to there. Line 392 should be mayor / council form of government. Page 25, line 527, July 1st, 2024, add the word deadline after. Page 27 of our packet, line 635. The financial statements for every month of the, it should be written out fiscal year, not FY. And then line 660, page 27, pairing update didn't make sense. I'm assuming that meant repair update. But I just think there needs to be an edit there, but I'm not sure what. Those were all my edits.
Thank you. Are there any other corrections members have? Ms. Ludwig?
I had sent in a few small corrections as well, so I'll forward those. Mostly misspellings, those types of things.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. We have a motion and a second for the amended minutes for June 27th, 2022. Roll call. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Thank you. There were no agenda items under item C, so we'll move ahead with the agenda. We have a public comment session at the beginning of this meeting. May I have a motion and a second to add a second public comment section before agenda E2?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Ms. Ludwig?
I noticed there's several residents here that would like to comment on very specific projects. Can we just discuss how we want to do that? So 2 public comments is totally fine. But do we maybe want to pause in between the, I'll just give you an example. I know there's a few people here that want to talk about at least 2 of the wastewater and stormwater projects. Do we want to maybe pause after that and either open public comment or ask designated individuals to speak? Or, you know, I'm fine with opening up the public comment for a few minutes after each section, if the other counselors would like.
Okay, right now we have a motion and a second to add a second public comment before section E2. So we need to vote on that and then we can take your motion and second next, okay?
Sure.
Okay, so this is to add a second public comment before section before section E2. We have a motion and a second. Discussion, any other discussion? Okay, roll call. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. So we will have a second public comment section before E2. Okay, next.
So can I make a motion that we pause for a public comment after the the wastewater storm projects that Director McGee reviews, and then let me think.
Should we just pause after every section?
Well, we do have public comment in section D.
I'm just specifically aware that we have several residents for that section, so we can.
I'll
always-
second that motion to go after the wastewater, stormwater projects and before we move on to administration.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to add public comment after wastewater, stormwater projects. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. So we will have public comment after wastewater. Are there any other motions before
Yes.
we begin the agenda? Ms. Ludwig?
I'd like to motion that we have, that we change the community request for the Station Street drainage. Mr. Lindley is here in person. I'd like to move that sooner in the process if possible.
Please specify where would you like it moved?
It does seem that it would make sense to go first because then right after Director McGee would be including his comments on all of those projects.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to move a discussion of Station Street storm drainage before wastewater, stormwater projects. Any discussion? That would be public comment or presentation.
So Mr. Lindley is actually here. He's the one that filled out the request.
Mhm.
So I don't know if that's considered public comment or not.
It's a presentation.
Okay.
So he'll be moved up.
Okay.
Okay. Motion and a second to have Mr. Lindley present a Station Street storm drainage presentation. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mr. Shockley.
Yes.
President Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Are there any other recommendations for changes in the order of the presentation of the agenda? Okay, we're all set to go. All right, item D, public comment. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment? When public comment is listed on the agenda, it can be on any agenda item or on any topic at all. But during public comment, the council will not make any comments or responses. But if there's someone here who would like to make any type of public comment now under agenda item D, they may do so. Is there anyone here who would like to speak now? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak now? I see one hand raised. Please state your name and address, please, and make your comment.
Good evening. This is Nicholas Longo at 5 Autumn Ridge Road, Coventry.
Yes, please make your comment. Welcome.
Thank you. I had a few questions for our finance team. The first one being with our fiscal year 2022 numbers being concluded, we show revenue surplus of $1.2 million. And I just kind of wanted to know, what fund does that go into?
Mr. Longo, during public comment, we don't usually answer questions unless it can be very, very quick.
Oh, I
We
see.
can get back to him tomorrow.
We can get back to you with a response via email.
Okay, yes. Sorry about that. I wasn't quite sure.
No,
how
no
that would work.
problem. We do want to get your question answered, but we do need to stick to our agenda too. But
You
thank
bet.
you for your comment. If you sent it in, send it to Mr. Marchand, our town manager, and he will make sure that it's responded to.
Yes, thank you very
Okay.
much.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else on who would like to make a comment? No one else? Okay, public comment?
President
Okay.
Dixon.
Yes.
Just, I guess a public comment for me because it's not on the agenda. I got a couple calls today about the fire districts not being anywhere on this agenda. So just a point of clarification. Tonight was just presentations on some projects that we haven't had presentations from. But it's not as though we are excluding the fire districts from ARPA funds.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, thanks.
So thank you for making that clarification. We'll make sure it's on the agenda for the next Monday. Okay, thank you. All right, we're on E1. We've moved Mr. Lindley up. Mr. Lindley, would you like to make a presentation, please?
Just click
My name is,
Good.
that's it.
My name is Russell Lindley. I live at 269 Station Street. I am a 100% disabled Army veteran, a father of 3 combat veterans who have served 11 combat tours. I'm here tonight to address the flooding situation that has been ongoing on Station Street for 20 years. And I have tried to get it resolved. I have, and I'll give you a little history. I've been a resident for 27 years in this town, 22 at this current address. Early on, there was flooding issues that I brought to the town manager. He determined, along with the town engineer and legal, that the runoff was causing property damage, as in my driveway. And the town at that time replaced the driveway because of their responsibility to storm runoff. Soon after, the road was repaved, and it was done on a holiday. So the town wasn't there to oversee it. It was done by Carty Corporation. And in the process, what Carty did is they didn't grade the road correctly. They pitched the entire road from the top of the hill down towards my property, which caused every time we have rain to have all the runoff come onto my property. This is now after the town had already replaced the driveway. At that point, the town put 4 5,000-gallon galleys in a ravine between the road and my property. That worked partially. And what happens is that would fill up within a matter of hours, and the ravine itself will hold probably another 10 to 15,000 gallons. At that point, it goes onto my property, turns it into a lake. It has breached my house, it has breached my garage numerous times. And to add insult to injury, the recent development that was approved by the town, Stonehill Estates, they came in, and because of their septic requirements, they raised the elevation of the property across the street. And in the process, they violated DEM regulations about having runoff going onto the street, of which 2 of the driveways are directly in front of mine. So I have 3 total that now run off, adding to it. Now, the town recently put a curb in to try to deflect the water down the road, because there is a storm drain right off of Highwood, but there's no storm drains between Highwood and probably Ginger Trail. So what's happened now is the water comes in, it pools at the bottom of the road in front of my driveways. It floods, actually, which has now become a public safety issue, because we are talking 15-foot wakes when this thing fills up. It breaches the berm that they put across my driveway, which is also an impediment as far as us getting in and out of our driveways. So what we're trying to do is get this resolved. I had spoke to the town the town manager, along with the part-time engineer soon after he was hired, in regards to that part of the problem. He acknowledged that the town signed off on it and that the developer did not follow DEM requirements as far as the runoffs from the roofs and the driveways. But because the town signed off on it, they had no legal recourse to go after him. And from my understanding, this is the second time, because he had the same situation up on Ginger Trail where DEM required water retention ponds, and the town gave the developer a pass instead of doing it. When I spoke to the town manager, he had at that point said, the town doesn't have $75,000 to run a drain down to Highwood. When I found about this program, that this town was now receiving federal money for just this reason, I contacted Public Works and I asked Mr. McGee if he had submitted the request. His response was no, because there's more important projects going on. So I took it upon myself to submit this request. I supplied some photographs, and I have photographs dating back from 2017 at all different times of year, showing the flooding on my property, the flooding on the street, and the dangers that it poses. So I'm here to ask that you allow my request to go through so we can finally, after 20 years of this issue, get it resolved. I am a disabled vet. My wife is not in good health. We cannot continually deal with this runoff, damage to our property, and the money it's cost me, our physical and mental being off this, that every time it rains, a moderate rain, I'm going to flood. And that's basically what I'm here for.
President Dixon, can we see the photos that Mr. Lindley is referencing?
Do you have any photos with you?
I have a tablet full,
Oh,
but
okay.
I did submit some with the application.
Okay. Okay, would you just please describe that, please?
This is my front yard and my driveway, part of my driveway, as you can see, and the road behind it. Behind those trees is the ravine that holds the 4 galleys. As you can tell, I have a lake. This particular photo, the water is in my lower garage next to, I had a foot of water in there. I am now to the point where every time we have any type of forecast of heavy rains, I wrap my building in plastic and sandbags to avoid water getting in my building and doing further damage. So like I said, that's one photo. As you can see, my driveway is completely submerged, which again, now this was a driveway that the town put in, and I've maintained it ever since. But I am seeing the same signs now as before because the constant standing water is weakening the ground. It's starting to buckle, it's cracking, and it's getting ruined. Another angle. As you, can you go back to that one? As you can see, the hill, the road behind it, it goes up. You can see where the elevation. And by the way, I would invite the council to come out to my property to see what I'm talking about firsthand. It's probably a little easier to describe than just photos. But anyways, this is the berm that they put in the town. As you can see, the one across my driveway, it's like a waterfall. It just flows right over it. And again, I'm dealing with thousands of gallons of water. And I've been dealing with this for 20 years. And I'm just asking for the town to correct this. And I'm hoping now with the funds coming from the government that we can finally get it done. Because at this point, I don't know what more I can do. It affects my property values. It's going to affect all my neighbors' property values as well when we have this kind of flooding. And this is common occurrence. This is not once in a century or once every 10 years. This is 2, 3 times, sometimes 4 times a year that I have to deal with this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lindley. I'll allow some questions from the council members because you are on the agenda. But I just want to mention that the reason we're hearing these presentations is that they were identified by the council members at our October 11th meeting. And if the council members wish to hear other presenters, these presenters can also send in their requests for the following meeting. But agenda item number G2 allows a motion to be made to direct the Coventry staff to prepare resolutions to appropriate American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA funds to specific projects. However, a motion must be made for each resolution, or a batch of resolutions must be bundled in the motion. So if the council does not wish to direct staff this evening, they may do so next week. So in general, we weren't planning to vote on any particular request this evening. The purpose primarily is to hear presentations to determine what kinds of needs there are out in the community. So we do appreciate your coming and talking to us, filling out the request form, and also presenting backup photographs. But I just want to set expectations that the council will not be making any votes this evening to make any decisions about the use of the funds. At most they would do would be to direct staff to prepare a resolution for further discussion. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So that I just want to make sure you understand the expectations that we have. Tonight is basically informational meeting based on the request that we identified or the council members identified last week. Okay, so now we can entertain some questions. Is there anyone here who would like to ask a question? Mr. Shockley.
Hi, Mr. Lindley. Thank you very much for taking the time to put this presentation together. I wonder, you have put an estimated cost in, and I'm not sure where you came up with the estimate.
It's a guesstimate. I based it off of my one conversation with the town manager when he threw out a $75,000 figure. I don't have a background. This is just a guess. I'm sure it may be more. I'm not sure. Because, I mean, be honest with you, even putting these drains in, with the road being as it is, we're still going to have some issues because the crown, everything, like I said, is directed this way. And for it to be done properly would be to regrade and adjust the pitch of the road. I'm going to estimate about 300 feet, 350 feet from top to bottom, along with having storm drains that would go off to and connect to the one off of Highwood. But my idea was just the drain purpose would be around that figure.
Yeah. So my concern is it seems like we put a couple Band-Aids on this problem over time and they haven't been actual fixes. And I wouldn't want to do that again.
Right.
Just create a different problem seems to be what everything has done so far. I do wonder, and I don't know if Director McGee or Mr. Marchant happen to have any idea how much the town has put into this so far to not fix the problem. So to put in the berms, to redo a driveway, what that would cost now.
Well, the expenses were incurred 20 years ago, so I don't have that information, and we could work up an estimate of what those fixes would have been today. But yeah, I don't have that information.
I just am wondering how much money we've thrown at the problem without ever actually, it seems we've acknowledged fault and tried to do some maybe quick fixes. I don't know.
In the history, the town has been very careful not to accept responsibility for any of the problems. A lot of these fixes were a courtesy fix without accepting responsibility or fault. There are arguments by the engineer and Carty about whether or not the road was crowned properly, whether or not it was done correctly. So there are some points of contention that are not agreed. But the issue is clear that there is flooding. It is happening, and there's no question about that. When it comes to the $75,000 figure, that was over a year ago. The town engineer was suggesting that it could be between 60 and 75,000, but it really could be much more because the 75 feet you have to go down Station Street. If it's going to be gravity flowed, it's going to have to go pretty deep, and we don't know if there's ledge, which would greatly increase the cost.
And can I also just ask one more question? And I drive on Station Street, but not all the way down it. How much road use is here? We put developments in this area. What's the impact on more than just 7 houses?
May I answer? So this is a major roadway. I drive this road almost every day. This is the only way to basically get to, I live in the Teakwood area. This is the only way to get from that part of town to the Dave's Market. It's the only way to get to Hope Furnace Road without having to go all the way up to Reed Schoolhouse. So this is a heavily trafficked road. I do want to call out 2 quick things that I hope also help answer just where this is. Could you please pull up the PowerPoint? So the council just received the full packet in front of you and on the screen. So I asked Mr. Houghton to have that available. On the second page, this is a bit of a picture. It's also in our packets here. So if you notice, the red circled area is kind of the drainage area. Highwood Drive, as Mr. Lindley mentioned, is the closest downhill drain to that area. I am wondering also whether there are possible other ways to fix this. I know this was one possible suggestion, but I believe we'll hear from Director McGee a little bit later as well. So just in reference to where this is, you would go past, for example, the back entrances, for example, to Foster Field and keep going straight. And at the stop sign, that's Highwood. And then this will be the second or third house on the right.
Okay, good. Thank you for that clarification. Mrs. Lima.
My question's for Mr. Marchant. It sounds like from what you're saying that the town would contend it's not responsible for this. So what's the case to be made that the town's not responsible for this? And who would you peg as more responsible?
So without getting into an argument with Mr. Lindley and on disagreements, there's an argument that, his property is in a bathtub, that it has had flooding for years prior to him owning it. It's always been this way. And it's a property owner's responsibility to manage the dynamics of their property. And it's not, the town never assumed responsibility for that drainage and flooding problem. Now, there are some points that are valid. In fact, I spoke with a previous community development director about why there wasn't a retention pond in the Ginger Trail neighborhood. And that is something that we can go back and require because there's an outstanding DEM permit that requires it. It might be difficult and it might take a long time, and it might make some people really upset to come back after so many years, but that is something that we can pursue. And that would help alleviate a lot of the runoff that's coming down the road. So any little bit we can do, we can pursue, but within the context of everything else we're doing, it is a matter of time and attention to give to this problem. So as far as the town's liability, we don't take liability for construction. Anyone that develops a property are under the law, they're required to manage their own stormwater and not let any go off the property. So anything from the developments across the street, the town is not responsible for. And what's already existing, the town is not responsible for. If the town were to do a project to create more stormwater runoff, then the town would be liable for that.
Okay. Any other comments?
Can I address
Certainly, Mr. Lindley.
again?
Excuse me, I'm going to ask members of the public, please, no talking so we can concentrate on the speaker and the presentation.
In regards to liability, this is what I was told by a previous town manager on the advice of his legal counsel at the time, where he said it's a town road. The runoff from the town road going on a private property is the responsibility of the town, or state road, same. I have no control over the road, none. There's nothing I can do to my property to stop all this excess water, which is, again, because of all the new developments now, has, double, triple. So again, it's a town road. It's a town runoff problem. So I respectfully disagree that the town doesn't have liability. And you're all in government. The towns don't do things just out of courtesy. They do things because they need to be done. So I find that argument, it was a courtesy. We replaced your driveway at taxpayer expense. It was a courtesy. It was replaced because of the damage caused by runoff of a town road.
Thank you.
I do think we have a systemic problem in town of not doing our full due diligence when it comes especially to new developments in town. I'd say one issue in particular I think I've got two new developments in my district that none of them have been free of drainage issues. So I think we have a systemic problem in this town of not doing our due diligence. Something is happening somewhere in our process. And I know you're talking about the road too, and this was before the other developments, but just in general, I want to call out that this should be red flags, everywhere for us in terms of examining this problem at a larger scale across town. But I personally have a different philosophy about if a resident's affected by an issue in town, something like this. But now's not the time or place to go back and forth with Mr. Marchant, so I'll reserve that.
Thank you. Ms. Ledwick?
This is a little bit of an add-on to Councilor Lima. You can see from Mr. Lindley's photos, the new homes that line the street across from his home. And later on, we'll see photos directly to your point, Counselor Lima, of water issues with new homes in the background. I live in a new home. I'm not trying to blame residents in this point. You buy the home, it looks beautiful, etc. But somewhere we are failing in this water runoff issue. And if it's not something we address through ARPA, maybe we can have the council discuss on another night how we want to address it through the budget. But these problems keep happening. And you can see in the photos and later on when some of the other water drainage problems come up and the photos are available, the new homes in the background. So something's not working here. The problem is becoming worse. So thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Lindley. I'm sorry that you are having these problems. Thank you very much for coming in person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your presentation. It's very thorough, complete with photographs, and they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And the invite stands for if you want to come out
Thank
to the
you.
property anytime.
Good. We're going to continue with the presentations, and I just we have many, many very worthy requests, but I just want to mention that Mr. Marchand sent a memorandum to the council dated October 4th, 2022, indicating that there were 55 requests for ARPA funds, and the total amount of all the requests equals $20,588,811. So that's $20,588,811. Mr. Marchand also indicates that there are $9,737,646.95 in allocated funds currently. So you can see that the need far exceeds what we currently have available. So we'll be looking for recommendations from our department heads to see how we might be able to get other kinds of money available that might be used to offset some of these expenses. But right now, we have twice as many requests in dollars that we do have funds for. I don't want to discourage people, but this is the reality of our situation. The next set of requests, certainly.
As we go into determining how we're going to allocate the ARPA funds, should we have an idea of what we might want for a buffer for keeping money aside to make sure that if the projects run over, we can still fund the entirety of the project through the ARPA funds? Because I don't want to get to a place in these projects where we realize we don't have enough money to finish them because of some sort of, change order that came up or something along those lines. So I just don't know if we should have a percentage that we think of setting aside for that sort of thing. And possibly some of these smaller projects could get done last minute, 11th hour sort of projects, if we have some funds available.
That's a very reasonable request. Why don't we put it on the agenda for next Monday? Okay, very reasonable request.
President Dixon,
Ms. Ludwig.
I noticed that we have members from the Western Rhode Island Civic and Historical Society. We also have Mr. Pimentel from the EDC. I wanted to see if we could maybe put them or make a motion to put them before getting into administration in the agenda, just so that they can leave afterwards.
If you want to make a motion, please make a motion.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to put the Western Rhode Island Civic and Historical Society and the EDC items ahead of administration.
We have a motion and a second to put a community request involving Western Rhode Island Civic and Historic Society before the discussion of administration, and that would be after public comment.
Yes.
Do I have a second for that?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. Okay. Okay, now the next set is for wastewater, stormwater projects. And I'm going to read the list so that the public will understand and know what we're talking about this evening and the cost associated with it. Briar Point Sewer Extension and Arnold Road Pump Station. It's reference pages 43 to 46 in the council handout. It's $3,600,000. Woodland Manor Pump Station, reference pages 31 to 32, $322,000. Sandy Bottom Pump Station, reference pages 33 to 42, $340,000. Upper Dam Pond Stormwater, reference pages 63 to 73, $895,528. Lake George Drainage, reference pages 47 to 62, $897,000. Tioga Lake Gatehouse, reference pages 74 to 90, $142,545. Self-contained wash rack system, reference pages 98 to 109, $324,255. And also in the packet, we have 53 Old North Road Drainage Improvement, pages 91 to 97. It was not on our agenda. It was $83,093. Mr. McGee, would you please make a presentation for us?
President Dixon.
Yes.
I don't know if the council will entertain it, but I would appreciate it if Upper Dam Pond Conservation Association could speak. There are a couple of people here tonight from that association. A member Ludwig had brought it up earlier.
Okay, certainly. Mr. McGee, why don't you start us off with the first two items, and then we'll ask for members from the Upper Dam Pond Stormwater to also make a presentation too. And then we will continue on with the Lake George drainage. Good evening, Mr. McGee.
Good evening. I believe Assistant Town Manager Maria Broadbent had prepared the items for these first items to be discussed this evening.
Okay,
So I would, if you don't mind, let her speak
Certainly.
on those, and I'd be happy to put in any additional information.
have a seat up front.
Thank you.
So you're close to the front. Ms. Broadbent. Good evening.
Good evening.
I don't think everyone here knows. You've introduced yourself a couple of
Knows who I
times, but perhaps you can introduce yourself.
Like
with-
made for people like 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
So, good evening. I'm Maria Broadbent. Or you're 8 feet tall. Maria Broadbent, Assistant Town Manager. The three projects that I'm going to go over with you, the Briar Point sewer extension is the first one, and that also includes a pump station. So there's been a lot of discussion over time about water pollution issues on Lake Tioga, and a lot of that associated with some of it with stormwater management, but much of it to do with septic systems that are expensive to maintain and sometimes not working the best that they can, certainly not as well as a sewer system would. So there was a project submitted to be on the project priority list. And I'm not quite sure how long ago, but it was to build a pump station and to extend sewer lines so that the homes in that area could connect to that system if they could afford to, and that sort of thing. So that's what the first project is. There isn't a whole lot of technical detail with it. It would still need to be, I think there's probably some preliminary design, and Mr. McGee can answer to that, but it would need to go through an RFP process and design and permitting and all of those things. But it's part of, and I see your hand raised, it's part of a whole plan to be able to look at the areas that have the most need. As you know, we're looking at the sewer facilities plan right now, and you have to sort of get to the point of having enough connections to the system to make the system self-supporting and to be able to address pollution issues and vulnerability to your system wherever you can. And I'll refer back to the president for questions.
Okay. Are there any members of the council like to ask questions about the Briar Point Sewer Extension and Arnold Road Pump Station, $3,600,000? Mr. LeBlanc.
Thank you for speaking on this project tonight. Can you just highlight which streets are included in this project for anybody listening?
So the streets that I show that were put forward on the project priority list, 140 parcels that be served by the project located on Dixie Road by the north, West Shore Drive to the south, Arnold Road to the west, and Tioga Lake to the east.
Did you say Arnold Road? Is this areas on a road where there's not already a sewer line? Oh, connecting to
Arnold.
Arnold. Okay, so but there's no additional houses on Arnold. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. And then with these funds, is it the administration's idea that the homeowners would pay an assessment or would not pay an assessment since we're funding it through ARPA?
My understanding of what was put forward to the state on the prior project priority list, I think is included in this 3.6 million was the pump station and the line itself. So I don't understand that included actually tying in the houses.
I guess just further point of clarification. So let's just say I have a house on Dixie and this project goes by it. Is the homeowner, me as a homeowner on Dixie, am I going to get a sewer assessment if this project commences?
I would think so. I think this is just for the line itself and the pump station.
Yeah, if the line goes in front of a property, that's under the ordinance, that's what triggers the assessment.
So there is an assessment. I just want to clarify here because we're using 3.6 of ARPA. And
Yes.
I just want
So-
homeowners
so-
to know that even though we're using ARPA funds, they are still going to get an assessment. That's
Right, because that's what the ordinance requires.
understood. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions? Mrs. Lima?
One thing I'd be curious to know as well is, I think there's an aspect here that this investment could also be a step towards, as you said, making our sewer fund viable again. I'd be curious to know, say, best case scenario, if all 140 parcels agreed to tie into the sewer, what would the financial picture look like to have 140 new parcels for the sewer fund? I think that's another selling point when you're considering a project like this, or something to consider at least.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think we've got, as part of the facilities plan, we have the financial forecasting folks running every little combination of numbers that you can think of. And that's certainly one of the things that we can have them look at and see. They'll have a better sense. They're running the numbers now about how many connections we need to make the system enterprise fund and self-sustaining, so it doesn't need to be funded back through the general fund as much. But that's a really great question, and we can have them run those numbers for sure.
Now, my other question is, the deadline that we have to have ARPA money spent by is December of next year, correct?
No,
2025,
2025. Okay.
we need to commit to it by
December of next year.
Yeah. So that was the thing I wanted to check with, because based on the Auditor General's recommendations and the revisions that we just approved last week, the residents have to receive a notice 2 years in advance by certified mail. So I just want to make sure that if this was considered and given funds, that we're still in line with the timeline in which we have to spend the funds.
and time is of the essence for sure. And that goes for not only these stormwater projects, but many of the projects that are in the packet in front of you. Because of the time that it takes, not just to put an RFP together or an RFQ, whichever process we use, and to get the design work done. Many of the projects even include things like ordering equipment. So the sooner that we can get on the right path to decide what it is we're going to spend the money for, the better, because the whole process itself, and Mr. McGee can tell you the delay that we have right now, getting heavy equipment in, we can order things a year from now and hope that we get them in a year. So anything like this, that's a big project, the sooner that we decide to move forward, the better.
Okay. And I assume that we have Fuss and O'Neill buy-in about putting this forward, right? I just hate to conflict with, because they could complete their plan and this might not even be it probably will be. I'm just saying, I just want to make sure we're not going against the work that we're paying a consultant to do for us.
No, we're going in lockstep with that.
Okay. Yep. Just wanted to check.
Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Shockley?
So I just wanted to check, and I'm not sure who exactly can answer this, but when we were approving the updates to the ordinance, I believe someone said it was about 45 households that were at a meeting and said that they would tie in if the assessment was kept. Are all of those residents impacted by this pump station? So about a third of the total parcels, give or take, are impacted by people who are thinking they might tie in?
Can I clarify?
Yes, please.
So the Tyoke Lake Association is not just the west side of the lake near Arnold Road. Residents that were at that meeting also live on the other side, down the hill from Nikki's and down near Tyoke School. Those people are also considered members of Tyoke Lake Association.
And those are parcels that wouldn't be
They
impacted
would
by
not be involved in this.
Okay, that's good to know. I definitely want to do the project that's going to have the most impact, but also that the most residents are interested in moving forward with. To keep building these sewer lines with no one wanting to tie in just seems like fool's work.
If Fussin O'Neill to me is on board with this, then that tells me preliminary results might suggest that more of the septic failures are on this side of the lake, but that's just my guess.
Ms. Broadbent, you talked about the Enterprise Sewer Fund. What is the status of this fund? Are we in the black? Are we in the red? And for the red, by how much? I mean, we talked about the impact of this project.
I could probably speak to that. And we don't have real current financials on the sewer fund at this moment, but the fund is healthy. It has a healthy fund balance, but it's operate in the last 2 years. Last year it ran a deficit operating, and this year we projected deficit because of the increase in bond payments. There was a recommendation in 2019 to increase sewer rates. That has not been done since that recommendation came out. So we are trying to address that.
Okay.
Ms. Mills?
Ms. Mills?
Yes, could I just add to that? So the first year the auditors were here, the current auditors we have, CLA, excuse me. They originally, prior CPA firms had us on the cash basis for financial statement purposes, but was incorrect. FY 2020 was the first year that we became on the accrual basis for the sewer fund. So what that means is the assessments, which typically the revenue was amortized over 20 years because it was paid over 20 years. This now had to be recognized 100% in the current year of assessment. So accordingly, we're going to be in a deficit mode each year. However, we have about an $18 million fund balance because we had recognized all that revenue. So the only way we're going to get into the black permanently is when we have more current assessments, new assessments, or betterments. So we did have about 400,000 increase in a bond payment this year. So, but until we have more people on this, we'll be running a deficit. But we have the fund balance. So when we do the debt to equity ratio, that fund balance is included. So we still meet the 125% in accordance with the bond requirements.
So have you made an assessment of how many more people you need to add?
I did not run those numbers, though.
So that's being done as part of the sewer facilities plan.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ledwick?
So if we would like to consider this project, I'm just wondering if we have a new sewer ordinance that passed in the last few weeks. So it has a cap of the 15K on it. 15K times the 140 homes is $2.1 million. So is it possible, for example, to take that almost like to use this money towards the project almost as a down payment or something until assessments are given back, something like that? So for example, ultimately the ordinance would be met, but it wouldn't be the 3.6 full amount towards this one project. We don't have to decide tonight. I'm just food for thought here. If we could maybe for any of these projects, if we think that this is a worthwhile project, could we, cut it in the middle and figure out, could we use partial ARPA and partial ordinance / town funds to create the amount rather than just saying 3.6 from ARPA for this? Because then I believe it was Councillor LeBlanc that said earlier, it's like, why would we be charging anyone for something that we just use federal money for? And then I think we have a broader problem down the line where, hey, she didn't pay for her sewer line. Why do I got to pay for mine? Well, why don't we make this a joint effort and use partial Fed funding and partial, what is it called? Ordinance, what the rules of the ordinance. So I would like for us to figure out if there's a way to do that before next Monday. And I think we're going to get that same request of how we might be able to do that on a few of these.
We'd also have to consider the fact that people have 30 years to pay off an assessment. So that money is not going to all roll in at the same time. So it would be very difficult to say, okay, we're going to be putting out 3,600,000 and we're going to maybe get in 2,100,000 because it's not all going to come in at the same time. Yes, Mr. Marchand?
That's a really good point that I was going to make. And I would also point out that the $15,000 cap is most of the time going to be short of what the actual project costs are. And so the ARPA funds would allow the project to happen that otherwise couldn't happen because we wouldn't have the funds to do it. So I think for each of these projects, we're looking at the holistically, these are one-time funds to make things happen that wouldn't otherwise happen at all. And in that context, looking at the future income, the 30-year payment of assessments, those are the arguments in favor of using these funds. But I do appreciate the equity question too, as to how are we treating the other members of the community that will have to pay sewer assessments without the use of ARPA funds.
Okay. All right. Ms. Broadbent, Woodland Manor Pump Station, $322,000.
Thank you. So the town took over that pump station back in 2013. And at the time that was done, Fuss and O'Neill was hired by the town to do, an assessment of the pump station and look at the conditions of the building and the property and all of the equipment contained therein. And there was a detailed study done. You'll see on the page that says executive summary, there's a listing of things that needed to be fixed or repaired or upgraded, and none of that work has been done. So this cost, we've had the folks that are working on the facilities plan update these numbers. So the $322,200 is to go through with all the recommendations for repairs and equipment. And it's pretty rusty down there. I got to tell you, it's a pretty rusty place. So it's been upgraded for inflation and time. And that's what the cost is to make all those repairs.
Okay. Questions by members of the council? Mrs. Lima.
I noticed the section about short-term improvements cost versus, and then the long-term improvements. So I know you're probably going to say that you just need to do it all in one fell swoop, but given the incredible number of requests for this limited time money, this limited funds, and trying to spread the wealth, I can't see why they would list that and not want you to do it. But is there an option to do the short-term amount first and then capital plan, for in a budget in 2 to 3 years for the long-term costs? Or,
there always is. There always is. But keep in mind how long ago that this analysis was done, so that anything that was on the long-term list is more than likely on a shorter-term list right now, because quite a lot of time's gone by. It's a critical component of your system. Should it fail or have problems, it'll cost us a lot more than
I get it.
but no,
Every
I
single
get it.
request that's been given to us for ARPA is considered life and death. So we have to find a way to really move through these and discern through these. And if there's potential way to do something instead of nothing, we have to ask those questions. That's all.
And the other thing that I'll add to that, I'm sorry, is that parallel to this, we're also having an energy analysis done of our pump stations. So sewer pump stations, as far as equipment owned by the town, are some of the biggest energy users around. So we're looking at the possibility of upgrading things that are recommended and that are use electricity in this pump station and the other pump station at the same time that we're looking at the ARPA fund. So certainly whatever money that we get, we will spend it as wisely as possible. But I would maintain that both of these stations are critical components of the sewer system.
Other questions? Mr. Shockley?
Thank you. I'm wondering, I know it's called the Woodland Manor pump station, but is anything outside of Woodland Manor hooked into this pump station? And if so, what? And what might we be thinking of putting into it into the future? So properties, I guess, that aren't in, but if something were to build there.
The pump station is located in,
Right.
but that's something we just stop. Almost tell me the tiding over the years, our tiding is the only sewer main we had at the time. So that's running separately from.
So from Woodland Manor down Tioga,
the hill by.
these are already hooked into this station. Okay.
Right.
Okay. The next one, Sandy Bottom Pump Station, $340,000.
And that's generally the same idea. You know, we've had that station. I'm trying to figure how long ago that the recommendations were made. You know, Weston Sampson looked at it, and this is basically just the same idea. The pumping systems, the building itself, mostly mechanical equipment on this one, and some lighting upgrades, which certainly will look at all of the systems in there with an eye towards energy efficiency when everything gets upgraded in there. But it's the same idea. Both of those stations, you know, we've had it for quite some time and not done any work there.
And what does it cover? So we started talking about what the pump station includes.
So there's a list in there. It looks like this.
Mhm.
And that includes pump systems. This one is really looking at not replacing entire pumps, but upgrading them. You know, when we look at energy efficiency, we'll make the right decisions there. It's also looking at things associated with the building itself, the lighting. There's a lot of components for the wet well that need to be done. There's also some long-term exterior things associated with the building that need to be finished, and rebuilding of the two main pumps in that building.
I think I need to rephrase my question. What part of the system does this control?
And I'm going to defer to Mr. McGee on which part of the system is running through Sandy Bottom.
I have purchased a year ago from GTEC.
GTEC?
And all of that goes down to Blue Street, Hospital Road, Sandy Bottom Road, down to 117, then across the Philosophy Street, where it's tied into the work. And all those businesses are private relatives along that line.
Quite extensive.
In fact, we have three phases. We have Woodland Manor, we have Stock of the right here for this building, we have the Sandy Bottom. That taking everything we have to and all the sewage.
So if that were to fail, we'd have big problems.
Sandy Bottom is
This- Mhm. Okay, good to know. Or not good to know. Okay. All right. Any other questions about these three that Ms. Broadbent has presented? Okay, thank you. The next
Thank you.
one is Upper Dam Pond, reference pages 63 to 73, 895,528. Is there anyone here who wants to present on Upper Dam Pond storm water?
Yes.
Okay,
You're going to.
please state your name and address.
Yes, good evening, Council. My name is Lori Jean Smith. I'm one of the directors for the Upper Dam Pond Conservation Association. I live at 14 Pondview Drive, which is on the backside of Upper Dam Pond. We have a small, quick statement to make by a gentleman who's on the phone. His name is Tom Pendergast. He's our vice president, and he just has a quick 2-minute presentation he'd like to do. And we're glad that you could hear from us.
Certainly. Mr. Pendergast,
Or just talk?
yes, let him in, please. Hello, Mr. Pendergast.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me
Please-
okay?
Yes, please state your name and address.
Yes, Thomas Pendergast. I live at 6 White Rock Road in Coventry on Upper Dam Pond, and I am the vice president of the Upper Dam Pond Conservation Association.
All right, please make your statement.
Yes, I have a 3-minute story to tell you. So once upon a time, Breezy Lake was deep, it was clean, and it had water skiers. Now the lake is in danger of filling in and becoming a marsh. This is an all too familiar story of lakes in Rhode Island and their decline from negligence by state and town governments and local communities and neighborhoods. In the 1960s, Coventry envisioned Pleasure Park. I was only 5 years old at that time. A town beach on Upper Dam Pond, Breezy Lake, with parking and walking trails. The Upper Dam Pond was initially created to protect the neighborhood from Patuxent River flooding, like the devastating floods of 2010. Today in 2022, the lake is destined to become a marsh, and this precious town resource will be gone forever. In 2010, aquatic invasive species, or what I'll call AIS, was introduced to the lake by the dumping of an aquarium. Stormwater runoff from neighborhood streets, including Jervis, Breezy Lake, Pondview, and White Rock, poured into the lake loaded with phosphate, the perfect fertilizer for AIS, which grew uncontrolled for over 10 years, filling in the lake. Ignoring the problem and with no funding, the state, the town, and the community did not act to fix this problem. In 2017, the Rhode Island DEM served the town with a report on the condition of the lake that exceeded the total maximum daily load of phosphate. The town was slow to act. The Rhode Island DEM again served the town for poor conditions on the dam, which was fixed in 2018. But in 2019, the neighborhood formed the Upper Dam Pond Conservation Association. This group identified a short-term solution to AIS and raised $18,000 from events, donations, member dues, and legislative grants to treat the lake and stop the growth of aquatic invasive species. The long-term solution, however, must stop phosphate inflow into the lake from stormwater runoff. Your action today, using ARPA funds to install stormwater controls, will significantly reduce the inflow of phosphate into the lake and start the healing process. This action will create a future for Breezy Lake, so it will not become a marsh, protecting the wildlife, protecting the recreation, protecting the town beach, or a town beach, one of only 2, and open space. It will increase resiliency to protect neighborhoods from flooding, retain property values, and correct many years of neglect. And that's my statement, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Members of the council, well, first of all, I'm going to go to Mr. McGee. Would you speak on this project, please?
Good evening. Yes, as some of the items that Mr. Pendergast had mentioned, this is a multi-phase project, which is a result of our phosphorus study that was performed in 2017. We are currently partially completed with the first phase. Excuse me. The town received a $200,000 grant from DEM for this project. However, without the sustained commitment for capital funding, this 5-year project is already pushed 2 additional years. This proposal, as requested, will allow the work to be completed in one larger project to benefit the water quality of Upper Dam Pond and reduce the contaminants. All that we are trying to do is the short-term issues that we have. We've exhausted the one-time grant money from DEM. They've agreed to extend the grant so that we can complete phase 1. But the rest of the phases need to be completed, and it needs to be done immediately because we're falling behind, and without the commitment of capital funding on a yearly basis, this project will never get completed and the pond will continue to be degraded. And that's what I have for the Upper Dam Pond.
So are you saying that this was a 4-phase project and
Five phase.
phase 1 has been completed?
We are halfway through phase
You're
1.
halfway through phase
Correct.
1.
And we're still working on easements and materials, but that's only the funding we have. Between town has to put our forces together, and that was our match, and to do the installations. And now the next 4 phases that are left will be, which normally would be 1 to 2 years, are being pushed back because we were not able to complete this in the time frame that we should have.
Okay, thank you. Questions by members of the council? Ms. Ludwig?
Where is the town beach located on Upper Dam?
Right next to the dam itself. We replaced that dam, I believe, in 2018, and it's in that White Rock area, the southwestern portion of the lake. There's a beach there that the town Parks and Recreation maintains.
So from time to time, Briar Point gets closed. Does this particular beach get closed too?
No, it does not. Does not have the same contaminants that Type Lake faces.
Okay.
That has the problem there. And I agree with Mr. Pendergast. I have lived there my entire life, and it used to be a very pristine lake, and it's starting to degrade. The efforts of the association has brought some of the aquatic growth back down. Excuse me. And it is a short-term process. At the end of this, part of the process is to go through full bore and remove all of the aquatic invasive species at that time. But they're doing stopgap through the association at this point.
Okay, thank you. Members of the council, Mr. LeBlanc.
I do want to thank Mr. Pendergast for his comments. And I also appreciate the association stepping up and trying to help self-fund some of the costs. My question is this. So hypothetically, if this project gets funded through ARPA, the 900K, I think you keep on referring to additional costs are going to be needed in the budget annually. Do we know how much on top of the 900,000 we're going to need annually?
That is the amount. Oh, and it's broken down on an annual basis by our capital improvement budget.
Okay.
If you look at what was submitted, there's amounts for each year of that.
Okay.
But now going to this year, that will be extended, and those amounts equal up to the amount that we're asking for the 895 to do it as one project and get it done with.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Lima.
Just so I'm clear, and maybe I don't think Mr. Pendergast is back on, but so does doing this project, does it just stop the bleeding, or does it provide the opportunity to bring the lake back to what it was?
This will bring the lake back to what it was. It will reduce to almost none the phosphorus loading that the study identified back in 2017.
Okay.
Just a moment, please. Please wait to be recognized. Mr. McGee, have you completed your?
For now, yes.
Okay. Okay.
So what the association is planning.
Excuse me, Ms. Smith, please come forward. State your name and address again, please.
Certainly. Laurie Jean Smith,
Move the microphone.
14 Pondview Drive. What the associations plan to do in the future, we're not one and done. We didn't do this and now we're all going to run away. This is for the future, this community, our children, our grandchildren. And so every year we have a plan, we put a budget together to raise funds to continue to do this, because you can't just kill all the AIS off. You have to constantly be working at it. So each year we get together as members and we decide we're going to do this cove. We're going to clean up that cove, and we physically go out there and do that. Raina Blumenthal can attest to every year we clean the beach up, we clean the dam up, and we continue to do that to try to bring this lake back because it looked like a marsh, but we're not going away. Just so you know, this will help us. The 900,000 will get rid of the phosphorus, and then we're going to continue every year to treat the lake in a small way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you
Smith.
so much.
Okay, questions, Ms. Ludwig?
Mr. McGee, or Director McGee, I know you mentioned that this would fix going forward, as was asked earlier, but is the only option here 900,000 or bust, or is there some sort of lesser amount that could get the process started while we work towards the CIP plan?
The process has started. Okay. It's just the commitment by the town council to include it in the capital budget to move forward. That has not been projected with the town council's budgets in the past. So the thought was, let's get this done because this is not going to reach the town council's level of importance amongst everything else to get it done in the future. We will have to maintain it as, the previous speaker indicated. It's going to be a maintenance thing at that point. But once we are able to make a good push at removing those species, then it'll become a maintenance to keep the species away.
So I just want to point out 900,000 is a big chunk of what we actually have. So, and I have to be honest, I've driven by signs for the association's fundraisers, but I've never actually seen the dam. So that's why I was—
I'll take it down anytime.
Yeah. So that's why I was asking where it is.
Sure.
But it will be hard to allocate $900,000 to a lake I've never seen. So of course I want to see it. Yes, absolutely. But I just want to ask again, and you don't have to answer tonight if you want to get back to us. If you don't get the entire 900,000, is there a chunk of this money, say a couple hundred, say 200,000? I don't know the number that would make a significant impact while we work towards putting the CIP plan back together.
Any amount less, 200, 300, whatever that you decide to put on, will allow us to go to another phase. It will not put a Band-Aid on. It will not complete the project. It'll be the next phase of this in installing these best management practices throughout the lake area and the watershed area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, next project is the Lake George drainage, reference pages 47 to 62, $897,000. Mr. McGee.
Good evening again. This project is probably more entangled with some of the things that we're talking about with Tidal Lake. Tidal Lake has issues with the sewer inclination and also with stormwater, which part of the study that we just completed shows that we need some green infrastructure around the lake to clean up the stormwater issues. This project is in the watershed area, which is Johnson's Boulevard, West Lake, York Drive, which all feed into Little Lake Tyoke, which then goes across the Lake Tyoke. So we're gathering a lot of the stormwater and these issues that we have to deal with from the watershed are coming from this area. But primarily, this is a project as a result of numerous flooding issues in the area of Johnson's Boulevard, West Lake, and York Drive. The floods of 2010 flooded hundreds of homes and restricted access to the Hopkins Hill Elementary School. The repeated damage to homes in this area needs to be corrected, which results in frequent flooding events. Now, with more severe storms, these events are commonplace. And as we request, again, can it be done in portions? Yes, we could do the culvert replacement on Johnson's Boulevard. Can we do the break wall and piping across the driveway of West Lake to get to the swales of York Drive? Can we do the cleanup of York Drive and regrading of those separately? Yes, we've already begun that process with our in-house staff. But to get the project done in one fell swoop, this is the amount that it will cost to get that drainage issue done and the flooding issues mitigated for those neighborhoods.
Well, thank you for the number of photos that are included with the request. Appreciate
It's
it.
ongoing. So we've been doing this for a while.
Mhm. The difficulty is that right now we've got a little over $9 million available in ARPA funds. And as Mrs. Shockley mentioned, do we want to set aside any money for future events that may come? So we need to discuss that too. But almost, I guess, almost the entire amount would be taken up with wastewater, stormwater projects. And all of them seem very critical for success in community. Any ideas right now about what would be the most important top priority issues here? Because they all seem like top priority.
Right now, as part of this project would be the replacement of the culverts under Johnson's Boulevard, because those are the areas that are getting the stormwater flows that are flooding Westlake and the properties around that.
So that would be part of the Lake George drainage?
Yes, that's part of it.
And how much would that cost approximately?
Once again, I don't have that broken out as an individual item. We have it listed as an entire project.
Okay. Perhaps you could come back to us with that information because that would be helpful too. Okay. Any other questions? Mrs. Lima?
Am I wrong in assuming the kind of emergency request we heard, that meeting was at the annex? That was a part of this?
Correct.
The Johnson Boulevard culvert?
Yes.
Last I knew, we ended up missing the window on that because we had an issue with the sign off on an easement. Has that been resolved or are we going to run into that again?
The easement has been resolved,
Okay.
but we missed the window where the contractor was there to get it done
Yeah.
with the easements. DEM was not, we didn't get the DEM permit
Yeah.
in time.
No, I know.
Yep.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure and verify that.
All four of those easements are in hand.
Okay. I too would be interested in seeing things broken out. I think, and I think there's also an element here to consider. I know it would be great, of course, to pay off all these things in one fell swoop, but in the interest of trying to spread the wealth, I wonder where the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank fits into some of this and helping with some of these projects as well to maximize the funds. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next project is the Child Lake Gatehouse, reference pages 74 to 90, $142,545. Could you just please speak to this?
Yes, this project was identified in 2015 as needing replacement of not only the gatehouse, but also the gate rails, the gates, the mechanism, and including the building itself. The foundation is actually cracked in many places. Currently, the gate can only be adjusted carefully in small increments to protect the fragile wooden gate and rails. This proposal will replace the gatehouse entirely and allow the controls to be performed remotely rather than climbing up on a wall to get to the gatehouse.
Questions on this gatehouse proposal? Ms. Ludwig?
So the council took, I don't know the appropriate term, ownership or oversight over the gatehouse, accepted the deed over the gatehouse.
And pipes underneath.
The pipes underneath, the whole shebang.
Yes.
And so we have an opportunity to put our money where our mouth is. We took it over. We can actually use what I consider a relatively small ask to make good on something on one of the waterways that we took ownership of rather than leaving it for future councils to deal with. So thank you for presenting on this. It does feel like an appropriate opportunity to use funds towards, especially on the lake that so many use. Thank you.
And it's more important that emergency management is that the downstream, in fact, that this gate was to fail and the lake drains, how it would affect the downstream businesses and homes.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Lima?
My note, well, I see this is from 2015, but one thing, I know that someone's operating this gatehouse from
Yes.
the Child Lake Association. So I saw a note in here that this gate should not be operated. So how have we been doing this?
We have to operate it very carefully, in
Okay.
small increments in order to move it so it does not break the rails
Yeah.
or the gate.
Okay.
And the Title Lake Association President, Jerry Narkowitz, is the gatekeeper.
Yeah.
He and I can confer back and forth when we have to raise or lower the gate because of events.
And this is just the gatehouse, not the pipes.
This is nothing to do
Because
with
I
pipe.
think I think the pipes also need to be fixed, correct?
There's an area that needs to be fixed, but it's not on our property. We will talk with the new owner of the property. That's something the DPW can do on site.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mrs. Shockley?
So what happens if we get to a place where we can't move the gate?
We could either have flooding or the water level will drain, and you'll have the same situation that Johnson Pond had. You'll have all the homeowners there with not able to access the water because the water be drained out of the pond, lake.
That was my assumption. I just wanted to verbalize it that, some of these under stormwater aren't wants. They're, we have to make sure these systems continue to function for those who are tied in, especially our local businesses. For some we've mentioned before. And for this is the safety of the people who are living around the property.
And once again, this has been on the capital improvement request for several years also.
Okay, thank you. The next item is self-contained wash rack system, reference pages 98 to 109, $324,255.
Once again, this is an item that I've identified in the capital for several years. We have many of our newer vehicles and some of our older vehicles are deteriorating at a regular basis. The installation of this self-contained underbody wash system will reduce the degradation of the vehicle undercarriage by road salt and debris, and the areas affected on the vehicles include the chassis frames, transmissions, engine mounts, brakes, wiring, and floors. We have power wash units that we can get from under the wheel wells, the sides and the tops, but we can't get a system underneath. And this is what this here would be. This would actually preserve our equipment and our vehicles for years to come, instead of us having vehicles that start to degrade within that 10 to 15 years range. We could extend it to longer, and hopefully it's one more investment in our infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Questions on this particular request? Okay, now in our packet, there was also information about our request for the 53 Old North Road drainage improvement, 91 to 97. It was not on our agenda, $83,093. Are you able to speak about this?
I believe Mr. Levesque is prepared to speak about that.
Okay, excellent. Good evening.
Good evening.
Please state your name and address.
Joseph Levesque, town engineer.
Excellent.
I haven't had the pleasure of meeting a few of the council members. So first night.
Welcome.
Thank you. So this is also a drainage problem that's been existing for, I would say, roughly a few years now. This was well before I came on board as town engineer. But it's something that I would like to see through and have a solution implemented. There was an existing swale behind the property at 53 Old North Road, and also abutted some properties on Traffic Park Drive. So during rain events, there's some ponding behind the homes on Traffic Park Drive. The water also channelizes through the backyard of the home on Old North Road, and it causes severe rutting, flooding. Also, there was a large amount of water in the owner's basement. He had to build up something around the foundation of his home so the water would divert around the home. The water drains in the front of their home in the driveway in the wintertime. It's an ice rink. So it's a problem that does need to be remedied. I worked with Director McGee on doing this in-house. The project is grown just to a size that it's not capable to be done in-house. It has to be performed by a contractor. So that's why I've included it. I've included an estimate of the cost to perform the project. It's not cheap, but it's something that I feel that needs to be performed sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the information in the packet along with the photographs. Is this the same thing?
Yep.
Okay, question, Mr. LeBlanc.
With the mitigation project that you're proposing, how much land of the residents that live around this drainage pond are they going to be losing?
Excuse me, members of the public, please. Thank you.
The homeowner at 53 Old North Road is the only property that will be losing land
And how
for
much,
this betterment.
and how much, approximately?
A percentage of their property.
Yeah.
Maybe 10%.
Okay. And then have you already talked to that homeowner about
have.
losing that land?
I have.
Okay.
And they're 100% on board with the improvements. It's something that we've been working with them well over a year in the making, this project.
Okay.
With finally down to where we have a concept that they're comfortable with. All we need now is the money to get it done.
Because I've been out there. I've actually had conversations with the homeowners around there. Their concern was property loss. And then they also believe that if the current drainage pond was dug deeper, that could also solve this problem without any loss of property. So I don't know, have you given any additional consideration to maybe making that pond deeper?
So I know improvements were made to that pond as far as making it deeper. I'm not aware of any improvements of that. I know the outfall structure was modified. It's something that I can look at. I don't know what the water table is over there, if it's even possible to go any deeper. This was a problem that the applicant and the town engineer at the time knew about, even during the design of that pond. So I'm sure that knowing about it, they would have probably, dug the pond down deep enough where, as far as they could. That would be my educated guess. I don't have fact.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Mrs. Lima?
Just want to provide additional comment on this. This is an issue that I've been working with these residents on quite literally since I took office in May of last year. And it's been a constant battle, and I feel for these people, especially the Old North Road address. He gets the worst of it. I have countless videos and photos of how bad this is, but I do also want to point out, I do feel unfortunately, there's an element here where we're letting a developer off the hook. We knew going into this project, and, Mr. Levick just confirmed it, that there was poor drainage in this area to begin with, and that adding this development probably wasn't going to help. So again, I think, as I spoke to before, the systemic issue with new construction and developments and drainage issues, it's coming up here again. In my opinion, I don't think that these residents should have to pay for the mistakes or for any unforeseen issues by the town and planning for this development. I do think we should support them. I would love to know if we could explore just deepening the retention pond. I know that it's relatively small, and the other retention pond on the other side of the development doesn't experience the issue of overflowing so easily. But I am surprised at how much this is totaling out to, but I also don't want to leave these residents in the lurch. I don't think that's fair. It's not an issue that they caused. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
So the estimate is conservative. I will admit that, and the reason for that is, it is a preliminary design, and I didn't want to have to go back and ask for more if I needed it, but I feel it is conservative, the estimate.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we've gone through the wastewater, stormwater projects. We approved a motion to move public comment up after wastewater. So is there any member of the public who was with us this evening who would like to make a comment? Yes, please come forward, your name and address.
Yes, my name is Donald Antonelli. My address is 27 Breezy Lake Drive. And I'm a resident of 19 years in Coventry, and the president of the Upper Dam Pond Conservation Association. But I just want to bring a point that Upper Dam Pond and Lake Tyoke and Johnson's Ponds are part of nature. And what it is we're part of the Patuxent Valley watershed. excuse me. And it's just important that everything goes downstream into the Patuxent Valley River, and which ends up in the ocean, which we're all part of the same thing. So I just wanted to bring a point to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well said. Any other comments by members of the public at this time? Is there anyone on Zoom with us this evening who would like to make a comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll now move on to community requests. The first one is the Coventry Alarm Building Repairs, Western Rhode Island Civic and Historic Society. That is page 215 in our packet, $58,820. Please state your name and address, please.
President Dixon, just a point of order, this the full application was not in my packet. I don't know if it was in everyone's packet or not, but I did ask Mr. Marchant to provide a copy to Mr. Houghton to pull up for us.
Okay, fine.
So we have pictures. We have some pictures. My name is Colleen Hodges. My address is 39 York Drive. And I guess I'm the designated speaker for this project tonight. The Western Rhode Island Civic Historical Society was given the Merck fire alarm building about a year ago. And at that time, we made a commitment to renovate the building and bring it back to its former glory as the original town clerk's office, and also to create the fire museum in there. Before we can create a fire museum, the building has to be made watertight, weather-tight, and that's a very expensive proposition, although not compared to what else has been said here tonight. We have already replaced the furnace in the building. We have just finished replacing the slate roof on the building. We are in the process of having all the gutters replaced on the building. And the next step in the process, you're talking about steps to this process, is to button up the windows and the bricks on the building. The windows, all the casings around the windows are rotted. They need to go. We have pieces of brick falling out. So all of that needs to be replaced in order to make the building weather tight. Once we have that done, then we will proceed with our fundraising efforts and additional grants to do the interior of the building and turn it into the fire museum that we want it to be. You have, or you will have in your packets, the estimate from the contractor for the windows and the brickwork, which my understanding is it probably needs to happen together because there's a lot of brickwork that has to be moved around in order to put new windows in it. And then this building will be not only the fire museum, but also available as a small meeting space, which we've been doing already to make it available to small groups, homeschoolers. We've had club members, we've had spinning groups, we've had various community groups come in and use the space for a meeting during the winter. It is heated. It's a comfortable space. It's a small space, and they can have community meetings in there. And we've also done some community events where we have crafts and activities for kids indoors, so that they can participate in that. It's a piece of Coventry history. It's the original town clerk's office. It was a fire building. It was the fire alarm building. It is named after Mr. Merck, who is well known in the town, and we'd like to maintain it that way. And so we would very much appreciate some financial assistance from this money to try to get the outside of the building buttoned up so we can get to work on the inside and fun stuff. There are some very fabulous bits and pieces inside the building. There are high ceilings. There are medallions in the ceilings. But until the outside of the building is secure, we can't do the inside. It's going to leak and it's going to ruin it. So
thank you.
Any questions?
You are a very nice tour guide.
Oh, thank you. Did you enjoy it? I heard you say tour.
Thank you. Questions by members of the
Yes.
council. Mrs. Shockley.
Yes, thank you for putting the presentation together. So I just wonder, was your initial plan to just get grants, fundraise, and make your way through the project? And this is just a way of speeding up the process for you?
Exactly. We didn't expect the $5,000 right off the bat furnace that had to be replaced. So that one came as kind of a shock, but we got through that, and we knew it was going to be a longer process and a step-by-step process to get this done. But we also know that steps have to be done before the next step can happen. So as we get the funds available, we'll take the next step and try to keep the community involved in it. And if any, what we're working on while we're working on this is getting some of the fire department people involved at the design stage so that when we get to the museum stage, they've had their input on it. So if you know any fire people that want to come and help.
We do know a lot of fire.
And they know us.
But yes, we knew when we took it on that it was going to be a step-by-step process.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't expect anybody to pay for the whole thing.
Other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Oh, Ms.
One
Ludwig?
question?
Not necessarily a question, but a comment. So last week, we brought up the idea of this particular item. It was in our packet, just the front page of all the applications to just talk about who we wanted to bring back and hear a bit more from. And I remember some of the counselors saying, we already gifted the building, why would we gift money, that type of thing. So just a couple things that I just ask that everyone consider. So firstly, COVID impacted families, nonprofit organization. I mean, it just impacted everyone. And so in the spirit of the funds, there was a true impact to the organization and their ability to raise funds, number one. So they're still working back from that. And then number two, while we did gift over the building, this is right at the corner before Dave's Marketplace. It's down the street from the old police station. It's definitely an area of town that residents from all over the community come for the Heritage Day events and the farmers markets and things like that. And so being able to do this would really truly be a one-time item, because most likely we will never give this money out of a budget. It would never end up in a CIP.
No.
It would never happen. So just some food for thought for the counselors.
We were massively affected by COVID. Just our donors and our sponsors and membership. People just didn't have the money to give that they normally do. And the people who give grants also got hit because everybody who didn't have donors and sponsors went to the grant makers to make up that extra money. So there's been a mad scramble for dollars on the nonprofit side of things, that everybody's competing for the same dollars. And I certainly understand that. But yeah, I can remember driving by that building on the way to school every single day going, oh, that's a cute little building. And always wondering what it looked like inside. So I'm sure there's other people out there that would do the same.
My question to you is, what kind of funds does the Western Rhode Island Civic and Historical Society have to put toward this roof itself? I know you asked me for the full amount, but what can you contribute?
The roof and the gutter systems were $30,000, and we did that through a grant. Like I said, the roof is done. The gutter system is scheduled to be done. If this project is approved, it probably will not be able to happen until the spring, just because of the weather and being able to set windows in the cold. So that will be, but the roof and the gutters will be done before the winter. And that was about $30,000.
So what other money is available from the society to work on these other repairs?
Have to go and get grants for the windows and the brickwork.
Okay.
We had originally asked for a grant that included that, but we were not granted the entire amount. So we're trying to fill in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a moment. You may come forward. Please state your name and address, please.
My name is Charles Barker, 124 Fairway Drive. I'm actually a member of this organization. I will say this, I've been very active in historic preservation through the years. For example, I'm with a volunteer group that goes in cemeteries, cleans them out, repairs the monuments. But regarding this project, this is a great opportunity for the town to take hold of its heritage. During the past few years, and I was a charter member of your preservation, or whatever they're calling themselves these days. It was originally the Historic District Commission. This is actually in a historic district that was set up prior to that historic district commission. Okay, and it includes the Payne House, it includes the Merck building. This is an opportunity for the town to actually preserve a building. In the past few years, we have lost the Byron Reed building. Now, I know everyone's going to say that was an eyesore, but you know what? That was a precious piece of Coventry history. If you know anything about the history of Byron Reed, funeral services, that building, somebody called it only second to the funeral businesses in New York City. Okay, Little Coventry. We lost the laborers building at Anthony Mills. Now you might say, yeah, you know, that was another eyesore, but that was the last laborers' residence of what was one of the largest mills in his Rhode Island's past. We lost a little building on South Main Street. You probably don't even remember it. It's now occupied by a residence. It was an old livery stable that became an early gas station at the dawn of the cars. Okay, we lost that. And there's another one that came to mind that I don't seem to. Oh, I think we're going to probably lose the town hall. That dates back to 1941. And this was the town hall that predated that town hall. So this is a great opportunity. I know, you know, sitting there listening to all these requests, yeah, there's a lot of real dire needs from past mistakes that were made in the development. And Councilor Lima said it very well. You know, we keep making the same mistake. We keep stepping in the you-know-what time and time again. But this is a great opportunity where we will not step into the you-know-what by saying, here's a part of our heritage. Let's do something about preserving it. And not, as far as this organization, it's one of the oldest historical, I don't know if you know about this used to be a conglomeration of a lot of communities in Western Rhode Island. That's how it got its name. Its history goes back to meetings in Burrillville, Charleston, Forster. Now it's centered in Coventry, in the Payne House, as Councilor Dixon saw during Heritage Days. And I'm sure Councilor Lima and Ludwig have been there as well, have seen the progress we've made with that house. So this is very important, might not be as important as some of these DPW or environmental projects, but I feel, having done historic preservation over the years in the town of Coventry, and I've been a resident here for 20 years, there seems to be a lack of that here in Coventry as compared to other communities. And I get around a lot throughout Massachusetts and Rhode Island. So I'd like to impress on you those facts. Okay. And that's all I really had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaca. Okay, we're ready to move on to the next category, which is administration, financial software platforms.
We moved the EDC.
Did you move EDC both?
Yes.
Okay, is there someone here to speak about the EDC? Okay. All right, we'll move up to the EDC, economic development, community assessment, RFP, Coventry Economic Development Commission, reference pages 183, $50,000, and Business Appreciation Summer Bash, Coventry Economic Development Commission, pages 212, $50,000. Please state your name and address, please.
Yes, good evening. Tim Pimentel, 10 Leah's Lane, Coventry. Doug DeCubellis, 12 Orchid Trail, Coventry.
So again, good evening, President Dixon, members of the council, Mr. Marchand, again, Tim Pimentel, and Dr. DeCubellis here. We're both members of the Coventry EDC. So unfortunately, we don't have pictures. And the reason is because what we're asking for doesn't exist, which is part of the problem and which is why we're making this request. Certainly not going to argue with, most of probably all of the presentations up until now. A lot of talk about past issues and past things the town shouldn't do. We're actually here to talk about the future, right? So certainly a lot of things need to be fixed, but we have a unique opportunity to fund something that is going to bring Coventry in the right direction going forward, instead of just worrying about all the stuff we're going to fix from the past. Economic development can be defined as programs, policies, activities that seek to improve the economic well-being and quality of life for a community. What economic development means can be highly subjective based on the specific community. Every community has their own opportunities, challenges, and priorities. Coventry is certainly no exception. Coventry has tremendous opportunity, but how do we grasp it? What do we pursue first? What should we be avoiding? What data needs to be collected? What is the plan? There is no shortage of great ideas. I'm sure the doctor will tell us our meetings consist of just countless great ideas, but there's no structure. There's no plan. We need to know what the ROI is on our ideas and what's going to bring the town forward, what's going to benefit the majority of the community. The council, again, has an opportunity to provide funding for a plan that will guide these efforts. The plan is not just for the EDC. It's not for the council. It's for the entire community. The plan will act as a guide to a path forward, a guide that identifies strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities to improve the economic well-being of the entire community. With any type of development, there needs to be a starting point, something that allows you to assess the existing conditions long before a structure is built. And there's been talk about things being built and things that might not have gone right. Before you even put a shovel in the ground, there's a blueprint. You do an assessment, you gather materials, you have a plan. The EDC, this council, and the community needs this blueprint, one that is created by industry experts. While we may be very passionate about all the ideas we can bring forth, we're not the experts. We're here to guide. We're here to find those diamonds in the rough that we can bring to you all to act upon, and also to Ben's team, so we can make progress and move forward. The EDC respectfully requests the council's approval to allocate 0.5% of the total ARPA funds for this effort. And again, this is solely squared on providing a blueprint for economic development, something that unites opportunity with great ideas that yields action and results. I'm through with my little speech. I'll be happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the doctor to add. Okay, we're good.
Okay, are you also going to talk about the summer bash? You want to take the consultant project first?
If you so please, I'll take the first one. Yeah.
Okay, we'll do the first one. Questions about the consultant? Mrs. Shockley.
I might have more of a comment than a question, because with this one, my thought is let's put the cart before the horse. Let's not get a person in to be our economic development coordinator if we're ever able to hire such a person, and have them say, okay, I have no place to start. I need to get this RFP done. I need to do this survey of the town. My thought is, if we get this done, it's not quickly changing. What we have for infrastructure in the town, what we have for area, that's going to remain pretty constant. And therefore, if we have a study done and we one day were to be able to get that economic development person in, they would be able to take this piece of knowledge and get to work, instead of starting to pay someone a salary every year so that we can hope to get this done at some point. We'd have someone come in with a plan. So I do like the idea, and it is small money in comparison. While most of our projects are rather large, we're going to get to a place in this where it's like, okay, this is what's left. And $50,000 sounds to me like not our top priority project, but if we have the funds available for it, I think it's a good idea to have a plan in place and then try to execute the plan instead of get someone here to execute a plan that doesn't exist. So that's my thoughts on this project. If we were to get to that point where those funds were still available.
Thank you. If I can just comment to your comment. So it's really to drive home the point. So we're a little bit like a carpenter without a hammer. So we have all the knowledge and all the skills. We want to make a difference. We're passionate. I mean, I've lived in, I can't escape Coventry. I've moved 3 times within Coventry. So this is my home. I want to see it thrive. I have a background in business development. You have to have the plan, but and you make a great point. The information doesn't go stale, but we need a place to start.
I am an advocate for bringing in experts because we just don't always have the experts that we need who can provide I would say, more than the local view of what's going on in the state and even in the country. My concern is that we have commissioned other studies, and then we also run into problems because we don't have the resources to implement the study. We've got a performance audit. We've got a number of studies that are going on, but everything requires action after that. And so the question is, will we have the resources, meaning time, people, and money, in order to execute? And that's my concern. And what kind of guarantees will there be that we'll be able to execute? And even the best plan, even the plan that we think everyone will completely agree with, will we be able to execute on it? So that's my biggest concern right now. Other questions, comments? Okay, please talk about the Business Appreciation Summer Bash, please, $50,000.
Sure. A bit less formal on this request. So last weekend was a pretty big, well-known Rhode Island event. By a show of hands, who might have gone to the Situate Art Festival? I know I did. Who's been in the past? So while that's a pretty lofty goal, why can Situate have the Situate Art Festival and Coventry pretty much have nothing? So that's the vision. And we need to start somewhere. And I know I watched the replay of last week's meeting. It instills a sense of pride. It shows the residents that the council is working for everyone's benefit and that there is a way to give back and you can have fun and you can do it right here in our town. So again, it's very simple, very informal, but we want to be the Situate Art Festival someday. And we have to start somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Ms. Ludwig?
Not a question, just a comment. Thank you very much for both of you joining. I know it's starting to get late, so thank you for presenting tonight and participating through the commission.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you. Good night.
Good night. The next category is administration, the financial software platform for the town and school, reference page 111. We also have a handout at our places that talk a little bit more about the financial services platform. Estimation is $500,000. Are you presenting, Mr. Marchand?
I'll lead off, but I would like to acknowledge that this is a joint effort with Superintendent Cowart, Finance Manager Harold Sands, and Finance Director Lisa Mills. This is an issue that has plagued both the school and the town for quite some time. It came out right at the top of the performance audit as a major issue of concern. It's also being called out by our town auditors as a significant impediment to getting our financial statements. There's a lot of reports that a system like this ought to be able to produce that it just can't. And so what you have in the handout is kind of the bullet point lists of everything that's lacking in our current system. And there's some real concerns about how we're able to run a business enterprise of a town with a budget of $112 million and not be able to have the financial system to support that in a clear, consistent, and effective manner. So this is a really high priority. This is an investment in the operations to get accurate, timely financial information, to improve decision making, to do everything that we need to do, everything that's been asked for. And
unfortunately, we did go back and look. We met with the president of the company of the system that we currently have, and they indicated that at the time that this project was bid and proposed, there was a lot of customization requested that made our system distinct from all of their other clients. And they indicated that we were their only problem client. And they said that we would pretty much need to do a reinstall of their basic package rather than this customized one. And, but that would also incur all the costs of a new implementation. So it's really just buying it again. And, that doesn't seem like a really wise course to go since we're already not happy and having a lot of problems with it. It's really unfortunate that I think based on the decisions at the time, maybe it was the best decision that could be made, but I'm also afraid that going with the lowest cost option also forfeited the services that we actually needed rather than just getting a good deal.
Now, Mr. Marchand, do we have a contract with Keystone?
Yes. And this is the last year of the contract, the third year of the contract that goes until June 30, 23.
June 30.
Yes.
What does it mean when the contract ends? What does that mean?
Well, I believe there's an option to extend it. But, typically you would extend a contract or renew the contract if you were going to keep the system. But if you were not, then we would already need to be in the process of replacing it because it takes at least 6 months to build a new system platform, enter in all the accounts, do all the training for all the departments. And it's a pretty heavy lift. And so where we stand today, I don't think it's likely that we could go forward with a new system without having to do at least a 1-year extension, just because we're not at full staff. It's unfortunate because everyone would prefer to get the new system as soon as possible. And maybe there's still a way to make that happen. But those are some of the reality factors that we're keeping in mind.
And what would be the cost of even a 1-year extension? Any estimate?
I'm not sure what that is, but yeah, we'd have to look at that. We haven't discussed it.
All right. Ms. Mills, do you have a presentation that you want to present to us or any other additional comments?
Mr. Sands, could I ask you to talk from the school's side, what you're seeing? Thank you.
Mr. Sands, please introduce yourself, your name and address, please, your role with the school.
Yeah. My name is Harold Sands. I'm the finance director for Coventry Public Schools. I reside in Portsmouth, but when I'm here, it's at 1275 Flat River Road, Coventry. The school department has found that this package, the accounting package, is a upgrade from the Phoenix package that was no longer being used at the time. We're finding that from the school side, we're not getting the support staff that is necessary for us to continually upgrade and create new programs every single week. We find that reports are not easily transferable to Excel. Generally, we're not getting the kind of support that we need in general with this process. I can go in depth, but I think you have it all right there in front of you.
So when you say you're not getting the support, is that from Keystone? Or
Keystone, yeah.
Oh, from Keystone.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So who prepared this report? We have a report here. Is this a presentation?
I put it together, and I did the introduction. Mr. Sands did the school section. Director Mills did the town section, and then Mr. Houghton did the IT systems evaluation.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay. Other additional questions you want to?
No, I would like to see. I like the fact that Mr. Marchand has possibly put this off for a year. Do 6 months of a year, an extension of a year, because I think for the school to go over to move over to this process would take at least a year. It's a little bit bigger, the organization. You do have payroll, you do have HR, you do have a lot of other factors that go into play here. So we would prefer to have that extra year extension. But if it came down to doing it in 6 months, I think we would do our best to do that. But we're going to need a lot of help to go along with that.
Okay. All right. Questions, Ms. Ludwig?
Yeah, so I just had a general question because the RFP has not actually gone out for this, right? So 2020, we spent 189K compared to at the time, the 300K version. Is there no middle ground between 189, the 300 and 500? Like what's the difference for this?
Can I just add to that? Sure. Ms. Ludwig? Yes, it was 189 when we started with, but all the add-ons that the school has incurred were well within the $300,000 range.
Okay, so is this $500,000 number that's on the application? Is that inflation? What is the? It's just, I mean, it's a $200,000 differential. So I'm just trying to understand the 300,000 from less than 2 years ago to a $500,000 request.
So Ms. Mills?
Yes, so I can elaborate on that. So the 300,000 back when they did that estimate is based on the number of employees. So basically, I believe the 300,000 says Infinite Visions, but I think it was partly they tried to push them into Munis as well, which is a sister company of Infinite Visions. So there is, like Mr. Sands had stated, the money we have spent just for instance, just to add all those cash accounts that I had to add, they had to go into the system and create those links to the bank rec so we could do them on the computer, and it cost us $6,000. Okay. So this system was poorly implemented. I think the system is very archaic. I implemented Infinite Visions. So Tyler Technologies has Infinite Visions, and it has also Munis, right? So Munis is a really complicated, really elaborate accounting system, and is used for really large cities like East Providence and Providence and stuff like that. I implemented the Infinite Visions in Portsmouth, and the total cost, I don't recall what the total cost was for the school, but the total cost for the town, we had 110 employees. It was 135,000, but the whole system does more than just accounting. We had a payroll module that did multiple calculations, posted correctly. We have issues with payroll. If we have a police officer that does detail and also works out of Fund 1010, which is generally everyone does, you can't split the taxes between two different funds. You have to do a manual entry. We're working on a macro that is old and outdated. And it also has, Infinite Visions also has a human resource module that interfaces with the system. So when you run payroll, it automatically posts payroll. We have to post it manually, not the detail per person, but we have to post all the payments. So there is, I couldn't even tell you how bad this system is. Like in Infinite Visions, you could write. You want to finish that?
I think the question wasn't what can Infinite Visions do or whatever, but what's the difference in cost? And when what we're estimating is one is we don't know what the cost is going to be to go to RFP in this new inflationary state. The costs have gone up. Right. We don't know who's going to bid and respond, and so it is a conservative number. But the school's needs and the town's needs are very clearly great. And so that's why we got to that number.
I just wanted to elaborate. And the reason why I was telling you a little bit about Portsmouth is because it is based on the number of employees. So ours won't be much more than that. Of course, there's going to be inflationary issues. But after that initial implementation, it was $16,000 a year. And the service is incredible. You actually can go on a client service database and put your questions in, and you have multiple municipalities asking questions, and you could have an issue that another municipality has, and the answers are right there. And
We might be going a little too far into a product that we haven't decided we're going to buy.
But I mean, it
No, I'm
sounds
just-
like,
right, I'm just-
thank you for the detailed information. And first of all, I'm very happy that the three of you all coordinated. I mean, let the world know that we are working together. Shout it from the rooftops. Okay, so thank you so much for that.
So if I
But
could
it sounds
just,
like-
if I could just finish that, because it was a roundabout way of my question here. So it sounds like the 500 number is a bit of a guess right now. We know it's probably more than 300, but we don't know the exact number.
Correct.
So if we were to say, vote on something like this next week, if we wanted to put a cap number on something like this, or say, will we even need to vote on it? Could we have a consensus that we want approximately this number and just have you issue the RFP like immediately? Like, could we do that right now? Do we have?
Well, do
we have to have a vote on issuing an RFP?
We don't have to have a vote on issuing the RFP. Essentially, what the purpose of tonight's meeting is to give you the information you need to make a decision. And for any of the projects that we're not planning on doing this year or even in 2023 or 2024, we want to earmark and commit those funds by resolution so they can't be used for anything else in the meantime, so that we make sure that when we do the project, the funds are there to do it. And that way we can track the reporting to the U.S. Department of Treasury for every project and every commitment of COVID funds that we do. So that's the purpose, and that's where we're trying to get to. We can certainly do an RFP and actually have actual amounts to commit to before the council commits to it. But we wanted to present tonight that prepare yourself to be in the ballpark of between 300 and 500,000, and we'll come back to you with specific numbers. But depending on how you're going to start allocating COVID funds in the next coming meetings, we just want to have a reservation for it in there. Thank you.
So it sounds like we're not ready to quite issue an RFP yet. We don't know what the estimated cost is going to be. More discussion is still needed, but we need to think about whether we want to hold back some funds so that we will have money available to get a new system. That's what it sounds like we need to do. Is that correct, Ms. Mills? Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Shockley?
I'm just wondering, why did we order such a specialized product? Did we need it? Are we going to need it in the future? Can we buy off the rack? Like, what makes us so unique that we're the problem child?
We weren't here. And this was done by the previous finance director and the interim town manager who has an IT background. And I think because of his expertise in IT, maybe there was a higher level of comfort with the customizations, and maybe there was going to be stuff that was going to be done in-house versus done by the consultant. I can't speak to that. It's only speculation.
And from the school perspective, the 32 digits was a factor that hurt us from
I don't know what the 32 digits are. I'm sorry.
UCOA, 32 digits for every account number. That was a factor in going to these other. You can't just get one off the shelf. You have to have somebody that a known product that can achieve the 32 digits that the school department needs.
Wouldn't every school department need it though?
They do.
Yeah. So it sounds like most town and school software systems should have that.
So I can answer that question.
I don't need to, I actually apologize. I don't need to go super deep into it. I just am like, do we need an off the shelf? Do we need a specialized product?
Well, it's specialized. And the UCOLA account numbers that Mr. Sands is talking about is required by state law. There are, if you go to most municipalities, they're either using Munis or they're using Infinite Visions. No one's using Phoenix anymore because they went out of business. So there's not any town in this state that is using Keystone that we are using. There's one small school, and that's it. Cheraho, and that's it.
Oh.
Your alma mater. Okay. So if there are any other questions at this point in time, okay, thank you so much. Our next category is facilities, and I'd like to request that we take a 10-minute break. Move behind with Mr. Marchand, okay? Thank you. 10
President
minutes.
Dixon?
Yes.
I was actually going to ask for a break at the end of the presentation because I wanted to use that time in recess to walk the council through the town hall and point out some of highlight the concerns that we have with our current arrangement. So we could do that before or after, whatever your preference is.
I think before would be a good idea.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. And we have members of staff here so they can join us too.
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to be taking a 10-minute break. We'll be back in the town hall area, and members of staff who are here, please join us. And let's see, it's quarter past, so we'll say 25 past. Try for that. Madam Clerk, will you please record that we're returning from recess of, it's about 8:32? Please, thank you. All right, facilities, for members of the public. Under the facilities category, we have town hall renovation, reference pages 113 to 118. Estimation, $1,300,000 to $1,650,000. Town hall / library / DPW generators, reference pages 119 to 128, $540,000. And the annex roof replacement, page 129, $506,000. Mr. Marchand, would you please address these three requests under facilities?
Yes, thank you. So first, we have a proposal to look at renovating the town hall. I believe this building was built in the 70s, and the town hall and library both moved in at the same time, each taking half of the building. And it doesn't appear that there have been many updates or changes made to the space. We certainly have grown a lot technologically in those years. We've grown in staff. We've had to reconfigure the workspaces several times. And in the time since I've been here in the last year and a half, we've moved employees in and out of town hall. We've created new positions, and there's just a lot of opportunities there for improving the efficiency of the space, making it more serviceable for the public, so that there's clear designations of where people need to go to get services, more security and safety for everyone involved, and that's what that proposal is looking at. It's certainly not to say that there aren't other needs in other parts of the town, and that this is any more important than them, but this is definitely addressing a large number of operations all concentrated in one area that potentially could consolidate more employees in town hall that are currently spread out in other facilities.
Okay, thank you. Any questions by members of the council? Okay, the next item, Ms. Ludwig.
So I know we reviewed some safety items and things behind the scene that you pointed out. I think the hard thing for myself is to allocate this much funding to a town-related item that I'm not sure residents may see the benefit of, because they're not able to see some of the concerns. So I think that's what I'm personally wrestling with a bit. One of the things that I mentioned, I believe it was in the last session, having some sort of overall plan, possibly getting the library, for example, at the old police station, and utilizing this area over here. It's something that we have just started talking about in the last year or so, where we've been looking at the facilities plan and the information on behind that. So for me, when I take a look at the items on here, I just think of, is this really the right thing to do, since we have no idea what some of these buildings are going to be used for in 2, 3, 4 years? And then lastly, on the just on the list of personnel, by making changes like this, do we pigeonhole ourselves? For example, one of the things that we've talked about multiple times, we've never put on a budget formally, is an economic development coordinator. I'll just call it a coordinator. In other towns, they have entire departments related to this. But I'm just going to give that as one example of something that the council may consider in the future to put specific attention to, but where would that person sit? So I don't know what kind of consideration may have been given to future staff. I'm not saying we're going to hire 50 people, but the possibility of a new department may present itself in the next few years. So those are just some of the things that I'm thinking about on the plan that you've presented.
Mr. Marchand, is it part of the strategic plan that sessions that you're going to have to address some of these issues?
I think that's an important part of the discussion that we should discuss. What is the town council's vision for, where we want to be? If you can't really make plans and decide between all these different choices if you don't have the context. And so it's helpful to begin with the end in mind. If you say, this is the ideal, this is everything we wish we had today, and then you start making decisions about what's going to get you to that ultimate solution in the most responsible, expeditious way possible. So that's a consideration. Another point I would like the council to think about is that when it comes to funding public buildings, when you have schools, libraries, fire stations, police stations, town hall is always going to be the hardest sell that you will never get a bond passed for, because people take it for granted and it's not valued. And that's where I see an opportunity with the COVID funds, where it's found money, one-time money that you're not going to impose a tax burden on the people for, to make a critical investment in the infrastructure that really protects their the heart of their financial operations of administering $114 million budget. It is a really important thing, but like sewer and water and electrical, it's invisible infrastructure that people don't think about. They're not concerned about it until something goes wrong. And when something goes wrong, it's too late. So that's a consideration to think about, but we can certainly talk about this in strategic planning context.
It makes sense to do so. And also, I'm a member of the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, and I have strongly advocated that they would make a presentation here as soon as possible, because they are presenting a vision and goals for the whole community, which will be a plan for the next 20 years. And I would think that that plan and the components of it would be important considerations when we're discussing any of these projects. Mrs. Lima?
I think the point Mr. Marchand just made is a valid one. I don't disagree with it. I think for me, to keep the viability of this project alive, I would need to see the ability of this project to be flexible, understanding that it's coming as a cart before the horse. It's a project that would probably take place before we had any of these plans done. So for me, I'd need to see, I completely agree with Councillor Ludwig that we've, there's been real conversations about, potential of moving the library elsewhere in town. So I would want to know if we set up town hall to be, mostly housed out of here, we have this piece, of the building that runs right through the middle. How would, if we moved offices from across the street over to there, how would that all work? Would that, I think to me, to understand that this, if we could look at this as, say, a phase of a town hall renovation instead, and that it would lend itself and have the flexibility to accommodate future construction and make this a more cohesive building for town operations, then that would, that's a conversation I can continue.
Mr. Marchand, we've had these discussions over the years. I mean, this is not a new discussion. It's not a new discussion. What are we going to do with the police station? What are we going to do with the library? The library's been asking for more meeting space for as many years as I can remember. And so some type of plan, it almost seems like a development plan, a facilities plan is needed before some of these decisions can even be made. Because we've talked about this, but we never seem to get anywhere. There's a lot of conversation. These topics are on one agenda after another, and no decisions are ever made. Usually it's because we don't have enough information. So we need to think about what kind of information do we need in order to make informed decisions. And I'm concerned that we do lack the plans, whether it's economic development or facilities or how we're going to manage all of the data that we have, financial data, human resource data, et cetera. That seems to be an important consideration. The next issue, I'm sorry, Mr. LeBlanc.
Just a question. For the most recent ARPA funding transparency report dated 6/30, we've only received 5.2 million of the 10. Do we have a more updated number of what we've actually received?
Yeah, that'll be coming out in the next quarterly report.
Yes.
We
The
did
US Trade-
receive two tranches, one in July, one in August.
Yeah. So the U.S. Treasury reporting requirements are due in the next 14 days. So we'll have an updated one very soon.
Are we close to the 10 at least?
Yes, we are.
All right. Just wanted to verify.
Okay, Mrs. Shockley.
Just trying to work off some of what my fellow council members have said regarding possibly going in all new directions. So I wonder with this, I actually wondered about the generator as well, based on its size. What could be mobile? You know, there's so much being done with office space now that is trying to make more open space, trying to, you know, create kind of an open cubicle area where there's glasses part, but that you can change the shape, change the layout, change things about it, make it kind of a interlocking puzzle. That if we were to no longer want to house people right here, could it come with us? Just kind of trying to keep the opportunities more open when it comes to, okay, maybe we have a current need, but is there a long-term solution that could kind of fall into, not lock us in? So I do wonder, you know, what options we might have that make it so that not everything is, you know, you're building a wall, the wall stays. But there might be a lot as far as what you've shown for a picture here, and what it seems like the vision is, where maybe not only could it move to a different location, but if you start adding new people, you change the size and shape a little bit of what you have. So just something to think about to make it a more viable long-term option.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Okay, Town Hall Library, DPW generator, $540,000, reference pages 119 to 126.
Thank you. This is an item that Director McGee has had in the CIP requests for many years now, and it was removed from the current year request during the budget process. And so we're presenting it here tonight. This will ensure continuity of operations during power outages and storms and that sort of thing. Mr. McGee.
Mr. McGee.
Good evening once again. The current building we're in right here is one of the only municipal buildings that does not have generator service. This is an energy needs study was conducted in 2016 on what the needs would be for the Town Hall Library. It was determined that a 400 kilowatt generator was needed in order to fully operate the HVA system, the computer system, and the telephone communication system. This building is the hub of the town, and without power to this building, the computer and telephone system are inoperable to its full extent, affecting other departments. The current 1940s style 60 kilowatt generator for DPW is woefully inadequate. The current generator will not operate the compressor, no air tools, half the lights, one computer. And during storms, which occur year round, the DPW operations are not able to function properly. As Ms. Shockley had indicated, any of the generators that are installed are mobile. It's just a matter of unbolting them from the slab and moving it to a different location. That was done when the senior center was taken down and the new building was put up. The new generator that was installed for the senior center was just picked up and moved to a different slab and utilized for that project. So we would still be somewhat mobile without it being on wheels, which you don't want to have done. And this would allow this building, which could be a warming center, could be a cooling center, and be able to keep everything going for the town. And it's unfortunate that this building itself is not eligible for any power during a storm or a power outage.
Any questions? Ms. Ludwig?
So Director McGee, could you just confirm, The language on the application sounds like there's more than one generator. But what you just talked about, there are two generators.
One for DPW and one for the town hall library.
Okay. Can you say it one more time? The 400 kilowatt or
it's $275,000 to install that with this pad and all the electrical work, transfer switch, everything complete.
And that one would power
this entire building.
Just this side, nothing to do with DPW.
Nothing to do with DPW.
So, can you just describe for me, let's say the power goes off here. Or let's say the power goes off at DPW, whether it's connected to here or not, or whatever the issue, power goes down at DPW side.
Right.
And what emergency services do you need in the building? Just for some examples.
Sure. During a snowstorm, when the cutting edges on the plows wear down to where they interfere with the plows themselves, they need to get the air tools to take them off and replace them before they go back out into the storm. Without a working generator that can operate these pieces of equipment, the compressor and the air tools, that doesn't happen. That truck has to get parked. We can't operate with only half the lights in the building. And there's only one computer that's at the dispatcher's desk. None of the other computers can be operated, or there lights in those offices.
Okay.
So it's something, it's a 60 kilowatt system that the needs are 360 kilowatt. We're 25% of what we should be.
So I guess I have a similar question. Maybe Mr. Marchand can help us understand. If the power goes out in this building, in essence, everyone must leave, right? There's no lights, no heat, or HVAC of any kind.
Pretty much out of operation.
Can people work from home, or because the servers are here, we have?
Our power goes down. All this building does not have.
So everybody's out of
So you can't network access in from home. Can you do it on the cloud still, or is that also?
Just the cloud services like taxes and.
Okay, so very limited access.
And then also telephone system doesn't work either because that's all pushed through here. So everything is, this is the hub. With this being down, everybody's down. We can run the gas fuel station with our current compressor and do those, but we cannot run the fuel station and the compressor at the same time.
Can you just clarify the difference in price again? So there's two generators.
One is $275,000 for here, and the other one is $265,000 for the DPW, and that's where the 540 comes in.
Thank you.
Other questions from members of the council about the generator request? Okay, thank you. The next one is the annex roof replacement. Mr. McGee, are you going to speak on this?
I am.
Reference page is 129, $506,000.
Currently, the only section of the annex roof system, which is the northeast corner, does not have a roof replacement. The school administration has been replaced. The entire center portion of the building has been replaced. The entire western portion has been replaced. Back, I believe, 2011, 2012, Human Services was going to go into that portion of the building, and they just tore out some walls, took some wiring down. But they did all that work inside, put new flooring in, but never fixed the roof. And the roof continues to leak substantially, so that all we can use it for now is storage. That's 25,000 square feet of space that could be utilized, similar to what the school administration is being utilized. We get the teen centers being utilized, emergency operations, Project Friends, the planning department, HR, water canvases, and building department are all in the pieces that have been secured with a new roof. And that one portion, all we're using for now is storage, because it's a lost space that we could be utilizing for town or outside entities to utilize. We just completed a core testing of the roof system there on the annex, that portion of the annex. The entire underside of the insulation is soaking wet, and the metal decking has started to buckle. They're coming back next week to do an infrared study to check out the viability of the roof, to see what we can do with the proposal that we have from several years ago to do the roof. Will it just be a tech type change, or it has to be a complete rehab of the roof? Once that's done, similar to what we have on the western portion, we've already had a study done to put rooftop solar on that portion. So we would get generation of money from that. And rather than having an empty roof up there, we can put rooftop solar that it can't be done without the roof being redone. So it's all intertwined.
So, I mean, I can understand the critical need, and I've been hearing about this for quite some time. And I understand the need for protecting the resources that you do have. But then again, what is the future of that building? I mean, what's going to happen to it? You know, who's going to be in there? What's its use going to be? Is this money used not necessarily for long term?
Well, the building is being utilized fairly well now.
No.
And if you had this portion done, additional utilization could be done, whether it be for other town offices moving back and forth. We've already moving some offices over there. The gymnasium is being used on a regular basis by the Parks and Recreation Department. Their teen center is there. Like I said, Human Services has their Project Friends there. We've got the building department. We've got the auditorium that's used for many events. And we also have the planning department, HR, and Board of Canvassers, and the town engineer, all located in that building.
Okay.
So if we fix the rest of the roof, we could ask more people either moving back and forth. So,
questions, Mrs. Lima?
This was a question, just a comment. I might respectfully ask my council colleagues to not rush to, if they had interest in this, drafting a resolution for, say, next week or even the week after that. From the school building committee perspective, we're trying to be really creative and take stock of all the town properties and other potential and scenarios. And, you know, this site is in the mix. So I would hate for us to spend the money. I'm sure we'll know whether or not we're going to use that property in a concept to propose to the council by end of December or even sooner than that. But just another one that, you know, would be nice to know in advance and have a plan. But aside from that, even if we don't use that property, kind of share the same sentiment as President Dixon, that, you know, it sounds like, I mean, we don't have a plan for folks to move in there, and $500,000 of $9 million of ARPA money is, again, a huge investment to when we don't know who else is going to go in there. I mean, I know that other people use the building, but again, it's such a big chunk of money. So I just
to know, Selima, that 4 years ago when we first looked at this, it was $400,000 in the state then. Now it's going to a point where it's 500 plus. And once the study is done to find out if the slating underneath is gone, that could rise by even more. It's a portion of the building. If you wanted to sell it, you'd still have to have a good roof to sell it with.
How would the entire building, you're saying, to sell it?
If you're looking at selling or using the building, either way, if you're trying to dispose of the building, you're not going to be
because that's my thing is like, so I don't know of any need to move more people into an office over there, but I guess and you're saying, well, anybody could move in there. Well, you know, what business would want to move into old classrooms of an old school is my question.
We've already brought 3 or 4 entities over there to show them the property and that portion of the northeast corner. But the biggest problem they look at is
what entities, for example, like health.
So
YMCA.
I am getting inquiries from businesses and nonprofits asking for space to rent. And that's in my mind for the last year has been an idea that I wanted to develop a property management plan where we could create a revenue source for the town by using these unused spaces. And 25,000 square feet is a lot of space, commercial, whatever you want it for. That's a lot of space. And if there's value that the town could get out of that, that would be one part of the investment, that this could be a revenue generating space if we didn't need it for other school or town purposes. The other part is what Director McGee told me a year ago is that the rooftop solar was going to generate at least $500,000 over whatever the 10 years, 15 years. And that could essentially be seen as paying for the roof, but you need the money to do it first. Chicken and egg problem, or cart and horse is the analogy we're using tonight.
Yeah, no,
So I think there's opportunities there, and it's just a matter of context and what the council is understanding, that this isn't just a roof on a building that we're never going to use, that we're going to just sink money into and get no benefit for. It's an area that is 25,000 square feet that we're getting no benefit from. It's actually a liability, not just to that space, but damage like that tends to spread like cancer on a building. And if you don't address it, it's going to damage the intact parts of the building over time, even if they do have new roofs, because it'll go under the roof, water runs, rot runs, mold, all those things.
Yeah.
So,
I don't disagree. It's just right now, at the base level, this is a plan that says we want to fix the roof over some rooms that are not being used. But if you tell me, if you package it up and say, we're making this investment so we can then get solar to get revenue, and then we also have people that want to lease the space, that helps me understand. But
we've had several charter schools that have gone to look at it. We've had the YMCA go look at it. So there's been interest, but just the conditions that's in, everybody walks away from it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
if I may, we have buckets catching water over there. We have big stains on the floor from water coming into the building. It isn't, oh, it looks bad, or we know there's a roof problem. It's obvious. So it's not, oh, there's a stain in the ceiling tile. There's water on the floor. And the other thing to keep in mind is, I agree with you. I'd love to have a facilities plan too. But one of the things as you going forward and looking at those facilities plans, if you're going to do something in one place, if there's people in it, you got to move them somewhere while that's happening. And some of that space might make sense to be able to do some of that transitional work as you're looking at maybe work on this property or somewhere else. But no, from what Director McGee is saying, if the sky might be falling, it's going to come right through that roof. You have to put your eyes on it.
I don't disagree with anything, whether it's this project or any other project that's been said. But at some point, a town council has to draw a line in the sand of flying by the seat of its pants and being in hostage situations where things are so bad. And we have to think of things in a holistic, comprehensive way. Like a classic example is this town took out a bond to repair the police station, and then 3 years later took out a bond to build a new one. That's crazy. We need to stop that. So I don't disagree. I'm sure it's really terrible. And I've been in that building is in rough shape. And it hasn't changed since I was playing basketball games there when I was in middle school. But I keep hearing the same things over and over again. And the idea that we're trying to turn a blind eye to all of these issues, but I can't hammer home having some sort of idea of a plan before spending things like $500,000 here, $800,000 there, $1.6 million there of such limited money. And I know when we're under the gun, but at some point the council has to draw the line in the sand and make policy decisions here.
Absolutely, Mrs. Lima. Again, I disagree with you about the condition of the building. We spent a lot of money putting that building to good use. There are portions in that northeast corner that have to be done. But it's on the list here for us that I wanted to make sure that we are trying to put our best foot forward to protect the investment that the community has put into that building and trying to protect.
What do you disagree with? I'm confused that I said.
You said that the building was in horrible shape. I don't believe the building is in horrible shape.
I wouldn't say
that northeast corner is, but not the rest of the building.
I wouldn't say it's in horrible shape, but my point is it's not ideal in terms of being a marketable space or a space that's ideal for office space, much like this building. This building, it's in okay shape for the age it is and for not having been touched. But I mean, the gym there still has all wood paneling on the walls, does not?
It does.
I mean,
it's all fire resistant. That's why it's there for a reason.
Yeah.
Because there's no sprinklers. That's why we.
So again, maybe my choice of word horrible is incorrect, but it's an old building that it's something that we have to continually maintain, and we have to look at our plan and determine its revenue and value moving forward. But we have to at some point draw the line in the sand about flying by the seat of our pants and making one-off decisions.
Okay, thank you. Time to move forward. DPW is the next category. I'll read the categories. Projects, Citizens 311, Technology Investment, reference page is 133, $48,500. Asphalt Paving Program, reference pages 159 to 183, $2,700,000. Sanitation Operations Improvement, reference pages 185 to 188, $356,965. Automated Sanitation Truck, reference pages 189 to 194, $77,400. And Asphalt Repairs / Pavement Markings, reference pages 184, $109,535. Mr. McGee, why don't you start us off with Citizens 311 Technology Investment?
Yes, ma'am. That line item is actually, that's only a portion of it. It's actually listed as DPW technology upgrades. The first part of that is the proposal to finally allow DPW to bring modern technology to the department. The Citizens Portal 311 will enable residents through the See-Click Fix portal. Residents can report potholes, trees down, trash missed, or sorted issues, reducing the time needed to respond in the office. A resident will have the portal on their phone, take a picture with their GIS location, and receive a response that their issue has been reported. A response will then be generated to the resident and the supervisor on a timetable to have the issue addressed. The asset management program will allow the DPW department to track stormwater, roads and bridges, rights-of-way facilities, refuse, and recycling to better control costs and future needs of the town. This module will also allow us to track our fleet of trucks, administration vehicles, and equipment for the expenses allocated for each part of the fleet. It will determine a preventative maintenance schedule and finally determine when the repair cost outweigh the replacement options. 3 tablets will be provided to the supervisors to report in the field, take pictures before and after, and track assets and materials in the field. The Civic Plus portion of this would be $12,600. The Central Square, which would be $20,911. The tablets would be $7,200, and the diagnostics would be $7,800. And that would be the total for the $48,500.
Okay, questions about the Citizens 11 Technology Investment, Mrs. Lima?
Just a couple of questions. It looks like a really cool program. My main question is, it was marked in the application as a one-time capital expense, but then in the back of the support packet, I'm seeing that we need to make payments over 5 years. So
yes, correct. This would be to get it installed and have it here, then I'd have to build it into the operating budget going forward for the.
So you're saying that we'd be paying the 5 years in one swoop?
No, we would be paying the first year for everything to get the implementation done, and the first year and do the diagnostics. Then it would be something we would build into the budget.
So it's not really a one-time capital expense.
To get it instituted, it would be, but then the ongoing program would have to be something would be in operating.
Yeah, we obviously can't buy the program, install it, and then not make the commitment to fund it. But yeah, so that's, I just wanted to see that. And then, is it only DPW that could benefit from this? Or if someone sees something at Parks and Rec facilities, they could also benefit from this?
By using this company, See-Click Fix, it could be open to all departments within the town. Some of the other departments that had provided proposals for us was only for the DPW department, and the difference in cost wasn't enough to just segregate it to just DPW. This would be available for other departments.
Do we have the staff to support this? I mean, when you open up yourself to get, make it easier to contact you, does that going to add, do members of your team in the office have the bandwidth to take on, supporting a system like this?
Not entirely. Something we will be looking at in the next budget process, to put something on for a part-time person to help implement the 3-1 and respond to it, and be able to input all of the cost for the equipment and the fleets, to put that into the computer system so that we can be able to track that better and be able to know what our expenses are going to be and what our materials use is going to be.
Okay. So saying yes to this ARPA request is opening the door to
A request for a part-time person in the future. Yes.
and recurring payments for the contract. Okay.
Yes.
Other questions?
If I may, the
Broadbent?
please, the part of this is actually coming through as part of the recommendations from your performance audit report. So there's a lot of information in there about being able to track vehicle maintenance, which is going to feed into your CIP plan for vehicle replacement and upgrades and that sort of thing. So it does have a capital expense to build the foundation, but you're also gathering data that you can use to spread that out over time and part of your budget process to track assets. So it's for the cost, it's actually.
Oh, yeah, no,
pretty good.
I just want to make sure everyone's clear that when you choose to go with this ARPA option, you've got a lot of work on the back end to work out too.
We were actually almost laughing to some of the vendors when they asked what kind of system we're using now. And it's Post-it notes and paper and pencil. We don't have a system in place that be able to track the request and the uses that we're using for the fleet and for our assets.
Mm-hmm. And one term that I hear the council use often is we need to improve our transparency so that people in the community understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. And this investment also adds an element of accountability because your staff or the staff of any department would be required to respond within X number of days. And the public would be able to see how much value they're getting for what they're paying for their tax dollars. So I see that this lends itself to transparency, increased improvement, and also accountability. And so I think it's a good thing. And also, as Ms. Broadbent just mentioned, it's going to give you a number of data points that can be used for analysis that could actually ultimately save us money, I would expect.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions, comments, Ms. Ludwig?
So thank you for presenting on this. I know I had asked about it last week specifically. So I do agree now that I've heard kind of the background because of the ongoing annual contract cost, and it sounds like a half a person headcount to do things. This feels appropriate for the annual budget. So it doesn't feel to me like this really fits what I would want to approve for ARPA itself. It feels very tangible. It feels like something people in my district at least have been asking for. And this could be something that we get into a budget and I can, come back and say, you're literally going to see this. You approve this budget, you're going to see this. We're going to get this up and running, and you'll be able to actually interact with the DPW department or the Parks and Rec or whatever. So maybe we can consider ensuring that this makes it into our budget discussions that are coming up, in the next 3 months.
I'd be happy to. That's been in our CRP also. It just had not been addressed. So this is something that we need to look at. And this looked like a way of finally getting it off the dime and getting it started. So
thank you.
I'm just concerned if we wait till budget time, that it could be one of those items that's cut. I mean, you have a number of items that always get cut from your budget that seem like great ideas, but and it's like seed money to get us started and we never get started. So that's my greatest concern.
Thank you.
Other questions about this one? All right, the asphalt paving program, $2,700,000. Is this the street scan?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Project?
This is what was presented a few weeks back to you folks. A list of roads by district was provided to the town council for the streets that had the lowest pavement condition index scores and to get their preferences for which roads would be prioritized. It's the same 2.7 million that came through the report from Street Scan.
Is that
And this would be a
complete street scan recommendations or just some of the top priority worst streets?
The list that I provided to each of the council members were the worst streets with the PCI index.
Right.
However, the 59 million that needs to be done, we would have to invest this amount of money every year. And this can't be a one-time only expenditure. We need to expend, because if we don't do it next year, the year after, everything we've done is going to start deteriorating so that the indexes all change because it's far below. We haven't put a dime into real money into roads since the 2014 infrastructure bond. So 8 years.
Thank you. Mr. LeBlanc.
Thank you, Director McGee. My question is, you have an estimated cost of 2.7, but the supporting pages, I know that's to get us started. I totally get it. But the supporting pages show, three roads in District 1, 9 and 2, 5 and 3, 15 and 4, and 8 and 5. Now, if this town council was to approve this 2.7, which streets would be included in that 2.7?
Once again, I was asked by this council or by a council to provide a list of streets and let the council decide based upon those low PCIs, which ones they wanted to do. If the council says, like we've been doing in the past, what is your recommendation and which ones are you going to do? I'd be happy to do that based upon the dollars that we have allocated. And we've already identified which roads in each district. If you say, I want A, B, and not C, but I want road D done, then we would look at that and allocate that. If you want it taken out of your hands, that's fine. I can do that with the report that we have. I'm just looking for direction. I'll look for direction at that point from the council, what they want to do, how many roads.
Okay. So that's a discussion for a later day.
Yeah, Councilwoman Dixon's roads should get less done because she's got a lot longer roads. But yet District 5 and District 4 would get more roads done because they got less linear feet of roads.
Yeah, I mean, personally, if this option was selected, I would want it to be equitable for all districts.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Okay, other questions, Ms. Ludwig?
Director McGee, can you just clarify again? So the 2.7 number, that's like a kickoff number to say
that's
a portion of what we wanted for the first year.
That's what the town would have to invest for the next 10 years in order to get the roads up to a good standard. We're in a fair condition right now. In order to get them up, not to excellent, just to get them into a good condition so that they can be maintained at that point. That investment will have to go over for the next 10 years. That's 27 million out of a 59 million that we need, but some of that is maintenance. And we can do, crack filling and seal coating that would maintain some of those roads. But some of these, the first couple of years are on the ones, the PCIs that are in the bottom tier that have to get reconstructed or redone.
So the 2.7 is the general number, but of the 2.7 a year, a portion of that is for new paving versus the,
most of this in this first 2.7 is a lot of this is reconstruction and mill and overlay because those are the worst roads. Take off an inch and a half, put an inch and a half back.
So that's like a new road and a reconstruction of a road that's really bad.
So I would be in favor of taking a look at how to distribute that across the five districts so that there's, dispersion in the roads that get fixed and addressed. If we could agree as a council on approximate number and a general agreement that, divide it by 5. And then each counselor can work with Director McGee.
And that's what we tried to do. I've already presented that to you folks. I've already presented that which roads should be considered.
Yes.
More than what the 2.7 would allow for, but it gives you a variety of roads in that lower index to be done by district.
So I'm just going to give you an example here. Teakwood Drive West is on here. That's my street. I know for a fact that in the back, that's all brand new. So I would need just a little bit more. I need to pull out the map that you had given us and the link online to see specifically where on Teakwood Drive West. I'm not going to prove this.
It's not your portion of Teakwood.
I know, but I want to make sure.
It's not your portion. It's the other portion of Teakwood Drive West, that Ivy Drive and all those.
Yes, of course.
That's the area that needs to be done.
So
that's the mill and overlay.
You've given us the data.
Mm-hmm.
If next Monday people are prepared to agree a number and divide it by 5, then each counselor can work with you individually on choosing the streets.
Absolutely.
And something like that. Then we don't have to have 50 freaking sessions on this in open session about which streets get done. So I would be in favor of looking at that to vote on Monday.
Well, later in the agenda, we have a potential motion to direct the Coventry staff to prepare resolutions to appropriate American Rescue Plan funds to specific projects. That's the time at which we can take under consideration what you're proposing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mr. McGee, you have more questions. Mr. Shockley?
So while this is a very large sum of money, my concern is, did I understand you correctly that we should have this same amount of money budgeted for over the next 10 years? So my fear is we can't budget for that over the next 10 years. are we putting in enough upfront dollars into our roads?
I'll take 10 million.
No, I just feel it is worthy of a discussion based on the study we've done, how much money needs to go into these roads and how much really, under any circumstances, we'd be able to add to the budget that could go not just towards capital, but towards roads every year. I think that we
strongly
are.
suggest that we identify road repavement as a line item in the budget so that it's not overlooked or pushed off, because once we start pushing it off, the degradation of the roads continues. So the PCI indexes start to drop more. So that 10-year window now becomes 10, 12, 14 years, depending on how long it's pushing off.
Mr. McGee, how much was in your budget this year for asphalt paving program?
I had 130,000, but it was cut to 80,000, which is barely enough to do hot patch, cold patch. I can't even do a road for $80,000. All I can do is just do Band-Aids.
I noticed on some of the streets, some of the holes have asphalt on them and some of them don't.
You cut me by 50. Again, we were only trying to do repairs and I got that cut.
Yeah.
So from 80,000 to 50,000.
So you had 80,000.
I had 130 requested. I only have 80 now.
So these are areas that easily get cut, don't they?
Yeah, this would not be anything to do with the pavement program. This is just the day-to-day maintenance of what happens. Somebody needs a berm, somebody needs a sidewalk piece repaired, or we need to have, like I said, potholes or small sections of road that we have to go and replace a 30 or 40 foot piece of road because it's deteriorated. That's all we can do with the 80,000. And by the time it gets to springtime, between tack coat and cold patch and whatnot, there's hardly anything left by that spring season to do with 80,000. We found that over the years. That's why we requested more, but that was cut.
Okay. Mr. LeBlanc?
I guess just a point of clarification. I keep on hearing next Monday for making decisions and stuff.
Let's clarify.
Yeah, that's the whole reason for that comment.
Next Monday, there's a potential to make decisions. So tonight, we have an agenda item here that says that anyone, if he or she wishes, can make a motion to direct the Coventry staff to prepare resolutions to appropriate American Rescue Plan funds to specific projects. That does not mean that you're doing your final decision on, say, $2,700,000 for road repair, but you're asking Mr. Marchand to prepare a resolution, at which point you would then be able to vote on that particular resolution if you wish. If you don't want to make any motions for resolutions this evening, it can be done next Monday when we have our next meeting. At that point, the resolution would be prepared and the vote would take place. Possibly the earliest would be in November, because that's when our next meeting would be, after next Monday.
Okay. I guess
it's like a two-step process.
So we're having one vote on a resolution that includes a dollar amount, but then we're going to have another meeting to approve that resolution. Is that how it's
right?
working?
So
that's what Mr. Marchand has recommended.
My thought is that to move certain projects forward, we just need a motion to say what one do you want to move forward to actually vote on. And so when we bring that project forward, let's say the asphalt paving program, you would make a motion to fund however much tonight. Or you'd say, I'd like to see a resolution funding $3.5 million or just 2.3 million, whatever the number is. And then we would bring a resolution back with the recommendation, with the streets, whatever you want. And then you would have that resolution to consider and say, well, I don't want this street, I want that street. And you can amend the resolution and then pass the resolution. And then that's our commitment. That's what we're going to go forward with. Next item.
Okay. The only reason why I bring this up is my fear is that we're going to have all these resolutions with all these dollar amounts. Once we talk about it, people are going to, I would assume, expect it that the following meeting that we're going to approve the amounts that we talked about next meeting. We still haven't received, the 21 financials, the 22 financials. We don't have any financial information for the current fiscal year. We don't have a 3 or 5 year capital plan. We don't have a facilities plan update yet. I've been asking for an impact study, impact fee study. Don't have that. And we have an election less than 30 days. So I feel like that is a bunch that is missing right now. And especially with an election coming up, my fear is that we talk about all these amounts and Again, going back to President Dixon brought up the fact that we don't have plans yet. Councilwoman Lima has brought up that we don't have plans yet. So I just want to highlight that. And I'm very fearful that next meeting, we're going to have millions of dollars, but we don't have any of these outstanding items yet.
Well, that's a point for the council to discuss and to consider. So you have some options here. And so instead of voting like yay, nay today or next Monday or November, you're asking staff to develop a resolution. It gives you a chance to think about it. Just massage it, think about what you want to do. And when the resolution comes before the council, be it next Monday or the November meeting, then you could make amendments and you could decide to table it. You could do whatever you wish at that time. Mrs. Lima.
I admit I was a little taken aback by the item to ask for resolutions to be drafted tonight, considering, last week we talked about ones we needed more information for. This week we're getting that information. I personally would have liked the time to go back now with new information and readdress my list I'd previously made of what I considered to be priorities, and then go from there. It seems a bit premature on the spot to ask for resolutions to be drafted just based on this meeting. But to me, I think it would be appropriate for the council to take time now. They've gotten this feedback, more information, and we're getting more tonight to then compare and adjust their priority list from the presentations we received.
The motion is on there just to give you an option if you wanted to proceed, because you heard a presentation and you feel very passionate about that particular project and you feel it's worthy of consideration. So the motion is there as a consideration. If you don't want to make any motions this evening for resolutions, that's fine too. It can be on next week's agenda also. Ms. Ludwig, did you have a question?
So I understand now, thank you, why it's on the agenda. I do agree with the two previous comments. I'm not ready to dole out dollar amounts and specific resolutions tonight. I want to take this list back and look at it against the items we did not get presentations on tonight. And I don't think I'm going to have time to do that in less than 48 hours that's needed to post for the Thursday to 2 days in advance of the public meeting for Monday. So I'm going to agree. I don't personally feel I have enough time to do that, to make decisions on Monday without bringing this list back home. And that means I have to turn it around in less than 48 hours. I would like just a little more time.
That's fine.
We're not asking to rush the council on anything. So it's an option because of OMA. If we didn't put it on there and you were ready to proceed with one item, that you wouldn't be prevented from moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you for putting it on. I think I'm in a similar boat to ask for just a few more days to readjust my own list as well.
Okay. So Mr. McGee, you're still on this evening. Sanitation operations improvement. Reference pages 185 to 188, $356,965.
Sanitation truck.
That's a sanitation. All right. So we had the sanitation alternative. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm on get the right spot for you. The automated sanitation truck request is based upon the capital improvement budget once again, as Rhode Island Resource Recovery.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I put this on sanitation operations improvement because that's the way it was listed in the agenda.
They're two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying throughout the agenda, the agenda hasn't followed the order that things.
So what are we on again?
Our packet was a little bit out of order, but that's okay.
Whichever you want me to.
Talk about the truck, then go back to sanitation operations improvement. The truck is reference pages 189 to 194.
Sure. The sanitation truck, once again, is something that's on the capital improvement budget. As Rhode Island Resource Recovery is expanding their facility, the interior road condition continues to deteriorate, causing the truck fleet to age prematurely. This purchase will allow the replacement process of the sanitation fleet to begin on a regular basis. And if the truck was to be ordered next month in November of 22, with the supply chain issues, we have been told not to expect any truck for 18 months, which would be May of 24 at best. So any large purchase right now, whether it be, if you folks wanted me to say, yes, we're going to give you a dump truck next year or a leased dump truck, it's 18 months out before you would get it without any delays. So this only begins the process of replacing it. So we'd have it to a point where there'd be 10 years old and ready to be replaced. There was, when the original proposals was made, there was supposed to be, part of the presentation was that the town council would allocate money each year for the replacement process. That has not been done. So either you pay a little bit each year or you have to pay a larger sum on an annual basis. And we're at that point.
So are you anticipating that by May 24, we will need a truck, or we will need it before that particular point in time? It's just the supply chain is just broken.
Both. The request right now is in because we're down with 2 trucks right now. They continue to go down, and we put them back together with bubble gum and tape, and we get them back on the road. But we've had 1 truck that's been down since April without the ability to get replacement part because it's not in manufacture in this country. So we're still waiting, and unfortunately it's a door, so we can't operate the truck without the door.
Okay. Questions by members of the council? Okay, the next one, sanitation operations improvement, please.
Yes, the sanitation alternative that is before you. This was presented initially back last month, November of 21, during the strategic plan. And it was all outlined then, exactly what we needed to do. And I included that as part of the process. But this proposal, as identified in the plan, will allow the town to purchase the dormant compactor units that's at the transfer station and 40 cubic yard compactor boxes. Currently, all 4 of the trash trucks that are in operation go up the hill under the construction that it's on right now, tearing the trucks apart. This will reduce those sanitation trucks from being able to dump here and only having the 1 roll-off truck going up on the hill and living with that. They have to go up there anyway to empty all the boxes from the transfer station. So that would eliminate that. And during this transition, the roadways are causing significant wear and continue to be tearing the trucks. By allowing our trash trucks to empty their loads, will not only save on the wear and tear, but also on the fuel expenses. And it will also allow the trash truck to spend more time collecting yard waste, as they will not be delayed at the landfill.
Questions by members of the council? Mrs. Lima.
What's the life of these compactors, and what are any associated costs that may come down the road with maintenance of these, or, what are we taking on by adding more assets?
The compactor has been sitting dormant since 2016. We've already had the owner of the compactor come out there and do a pre-inspection and startup, and everything works fine. It cost us, I think, $2,500 to have him do all the upgrades to it. We don't own the compactor, but we own the building over top of it. And for him to take his compactor back in 2016, he would have had to take the building down. And I refused to take the building down, so the compactor is still sitting there. The compactor unit has a life. It's one of the heavy duty compactors that are available and would have an additional 10, 15-year life. The compactor boxes themselves are just boxes with tops on them, so they can compact the trash loads and haul them up to resource recovery.
Okay. So if we continued with this program, you'd say about 10 to 15 years, we'd have to start looking at getting another one.
At the compactor itself, yes.
Yeah. And then the compactor boxes, what's the life of those?
Those boxes are similar to the dumpster boxes you see now. They're similar 40 cubic yards with a roof on them. And again, all you have is the trash being compacted into the boxes. So their life, like these boxes here, are easily 10 to 15 years.
Okay. What's the estimated fuel savings, would you say, by not having to go up to the landfill as much every day?
Not calculated the fuel savings, but that's 4 trucks that would not be going up to Johnson.
I'm just trying to calculate how the scales fit in terms of cost savings versus we're adding these new pieces of equipment and assets that we then are going to have to maintain and replace later. So
yeah, again, it's you're looking at $77,000 to purchase the compactor unit and to do the boxes, as opposed to the fuel savings and the wear and tear on the trucks going up there, and the additional time that would be saved to utilize these trucks with more time doing yard waste than having to wait up at the landfill and then have to drive back. So instead of having two hours to do yard waste, they'd be getting upwards of 3 to 4 hours to be able to do yard waste on some routes.
Yep. Thanks.
Any other questions? Ms. Ludwig?
So Director McGee, I'm just a little confused on the application and the supporting documentation here. So maybe it's just my understanding, but everything you've just talked about is in essence machinery, new compactor.
No,
Right?
not a new compactor, just buying the existing one that's there, just doing a slight refurbish, about $2,500 and putting it to use, just buying 4 new boxes.
So, in my packet, page 190 of 215, there's something that looks like this. Can you see that?
Yeah. If you look at the top where it says sanitation alternative,
Yes, that's
this
the
was
only-
this was identified in the November 21 strategic plan that the council, we made the presentation to the council. So it's not something new. It's something we identified a year
Right.
ago.
So okay. This is the specific piece I want to just confirm. Nothing else on the bottom of this.
Oh, no.
I'm going to get questions on the Reed Schoolhouse item. This is why I want to be very
No,
clear.
no, this is just the
Only
sanitation
the
alternative.
very first item.
That's why I had highlighted on my copy. So
Yes,
hopefully-
I just want to be 100% accurate.
Yep.
Now that we see the whole thing.
And for the machine, we have 2 options. Will either be to lease it, which would cost us about $99,000 for the overall cost, or if we outright bought it, it'd be $77,000. So we'll just save that $20,000 just to buy it outright with this money would save us the money in the long run rather than lease it for 5 years.
So, to Councilor Lima's point, I mean, the savings in gas alone with reduction on number of
Where the prices are now, yes.
the fact that I didn't realize it already existed there. No new land is needed.
Just 4 boxes.
Just, hopefully it feels like a no-brainer for the savings. So
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Okay, and the last one is asphalt repairs, pavement markings, reference pages 184, $109,535.
Yes, this request would reinstate the $59,535 for the annual pavement markings contract that comes out of the operating budget, which was cut on the belief that it would be added to the ARPA request. It would then reinstate the $50,000 that was cut from the operating budget for the asphalt that we're going to use to enhance the sidewalk repairs. As the pavement management study identified for sidewalks, there was a $12 million deficit in sidewalk repairs on town sidewalks. We haven't addressed that with any of our discussions on future. This request will make little impact on the sidewalk repairs, but will address dangerous issues on town sidewalks and allow us to begin the process with that additional $50,000. At this point now, with that cut, I can't do anything but potholes on sidewalks.
Okay, questions for Mr. McGee? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. McGee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very patient, waiting a long evening for us,
Have a good evening.
but
Thank
you
you.
had a lot of airtime this evening. Okay, and Ms. Blumenthal has been very patient. This includes reference pages 196. She provided a prioritized list of all parks and recreation projects. The packet includes pages 197 to 209. And this totals $880,000 to $1,700,000.
That's just the parking field rights.
But then I have community playgrounds also.
In the documents.
Yes.
You did all of them. That's.
If you go to the other side. Okay, thank you. Paintsville Lights, $880,000 to $1,700,000. Is that correct, Ms. Blumenthal?
Correct, without grant funding.
With grants, costs to the town would be $480,000 to $1,300,000, correct?
Correct, if
Okay.
received.
And then community playgrounds, reference pages 208 to 209, $240,000 with grants. The cost to the town would be $140,000. And there was a dog park that I think Mr. Shockley mentioned that last week, but there was no additional information in the packet.
So there is in the presentation.
If I tried to, who mentioned?
I
dog
don't
park?
even like dogs. You better tell people that I advocated for this. I said the dog parks.
Okay, excuse me.
I like one dog.
Yours. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Would Does anyone need a paper copy of the presentation to look at? Or can you see? It's a PowerPoint. I didn't know if you wanted to see.
No, we do not have a file.
Yeah, okay, I needed them. Thank you.
We'll share. I'm going to come over here. Okay. Yes, please.
So just listening to the council meeting online, what I took from that was that you want a little bit more prioritization from myself and for Parks and Recreation. So I kind of grouped them together. The immediate need is really the community center. It's the parking lot, the roof and flooring, and I'll go into subsequent slides. But that is the hub of the community. We have programs, events, meetings, and right now it's in rough shape. The next one I put is hard surface courts. There's heavy usage on these particular courts and their immediate need of refurbishing, redoing them. There has been cases of rolled ankles, broken ankles, and they're used again for our programs. And then we have our playgrounds. The playgrounds mentioned here were taken away in 2018 because there were shards of metal. They were unsafe. A lot of these in areas where there's, I know Kim Shockley, Councilman Shockley has mentioned before, they're recreation desert areas. So they haven't been replaced with any kind of recreation in those particular areas of the community. And then the field lights, those are at Payne Field. That's the major hub for all of our leagues play there. So it's a good opportunity. The lighting system there is, I believe, over 30 years old, and I'll go into the details of why they're important. So in the next slide, thank you, Cody. So the funding I mentioned for the grant match was through RIDEM. That was the same grant that we received for the pickleball courts at Payne. So usually, in talking to the committee for RIDM who makes those decisions, there's usually a small grant and a large grant that is usually provided to communities. The small grant is up to 100,000 and the large grant is up to 400,000. And I specifically chose projects that they have funded in the past and that they'd be interested again in funding after speaking with that committee. So they actually happen every 2 years. So there's one in 2022. We would have to wait till 2024 to decide to see if we actually receive the grants. So the process starts in October of 2023. So I just want to show the kind of breadth of where these projects are taking place. We'll start on the left side. That little green dot to the very left is actually Western Coventry School. So there is a playground there. It's with a school though, but I just want to show there is a playground in that area. If you move to the right, there's this little yellow rectangular, thank you, Cody, image there. So that is actually Central Coventry Park. So there's 2 athletic fields there, but there's also a court, and I'll show you later, that has been out of commission for years. So, but that, especially with the new housing going in and the lack of resources in the area, I thought that'd be nice to have a hard surface court, multi-sport court. If we move to the right, that first little...
Can I just ask, is that Foster Field?
No.
Sorry, not Foster. Nike Field?
Yeah, yes. Nike. No, it's not Nike Field. It's
Providence Place.
Providence Place. Sorry.
Providence Place. Okay.
Off Route 117.
So to the right, that little dot that Cody has on, that's actually this little tot lot here. So it's not really serving the entire community, and it's very specific to the age group. And if you move to the right, those 2 little dots, that's at Payne Field. We have 2 little playground structures. They're not large. It's just essentially 1 little piece each. We utilize that for our camp. The leagues, when younger siblings go, they play on it. It's really, again, when our community events, even our Halloween event, kids are playing on those. And it's right off all these are right off the Greenway, except for essentially Central Coventry Park. So they have easy access throughout the community. And if you go to the right, that's actually that little rectangle. That is the Payne basketball courts. This summer, we had over 170 kids on the Summer Basketball League, and those numbers will be increasing. We use it for our camp. We have leagues actually rent that out, and we make hundreds of dollars each season just with permits for those. They're also the only ones with lights in the community. So it's a good way to keep kids off the streets and having them do some productive, like playing basketball. So that's a really good resource. We've been patching it every year for essentially $3,000 to $5,000. think, and I'll show you pictures soon. The courts have been moving, become slippery. It's just not a safe space anymore. And if you just go up, Cody, that is actually, I believe that's Hunter's Crossing. Yes. So we had to take that on 2018 again. It's again kind of isolated in that area. We have a softball field there. We have basketball, which we on our instructional basketball. It's a community that utilizes that park very much, and they just don't have a safe place for the children to play. If you go up, Cody, that is Harris. Now, unfortunately, both the court and the playground at Harris Park are unusable. And it's kind of sad. A driver went through the park and destroyed everything. So thank goodness we got the fence repaired through insurance, but there's literally just an open space there. It's also, that's the area called like the recreation desert, right? So there's really nothing up there. It's not really connected to the greenway. So that's something else let's talk to DEM about, and they were excited about maybe building something in that particular area too. So we want to give back to that community. And if you go to south, that is Quinnick, that's off of MacArthur. So we have CCAP right there. But again, you want to also focus on that side of the community, not just in the center. So we have a basketball court there, which also needs to be repaired. We see children playing on it all the time. We also have a Little League field there. So there's children all the time. And then CCAP is there too, and they use it as a resource. So again, there used to be a swing set there. It was taken out before my time. So, and I'll go through this more slides, but essentially it's more of an even distribution of resources based on the need that's present.
What was that park? I'm sorry, the left one.
Quinnick, it's off of MacArthur as CCAP. And if you want to go to the next slide, Cody. Thank you. Okay. So I took these this morning. This is our community center. That is our ceiling. So I'm very fortunate you guys have given me back program staff, but with that we have more programs. And we have people not wanting to be in these fitness programs or yoga or other because they look at the ceiling, they look at the floor, and they don't feel it's safe or a good environment to be with, like to actually join our programs. So this is something we're just going to fix briefly, the leak there, but it's actually the whole community center. If you look on the walls, you've all been there. There's leaks all the time. So to fix that, I was looking at it. I spoke with a roofing company. The roof is buckling, the shingles are curling, and there's actually no roof vent, so there's no circulation. So that's something that for approximately $90,000, we'd want to invest in, being that it is, again, the central hub of the community meeting space. To the right is our lovely floor. It's actually not dirty, just stained over time. I think there's 3 or 4 layers under that. We clean it all the time. We bleach it. But imagine doing a fitness program or a kids program. You're on the floor leaning down, and that's how you're welcomed into our space. And then on the bottom, and that's approximately $45,000 to fix. That was just taken at the back of our community center where people enter and exit all the time. You've seen during the summer, kids are running back and forth, the league's running back and forth. That is a pretty deep hole. So the holes need to be filled in and resurfaced. We've already had areas of slip and falls. And during the winter, there's become a big ice sheets, no matter how many times we try to sand it or do it. And we have programs Monday through Sunday in the morning, bless you, all the way till 10, 11 o'clock at night. So imagine walking at night and you're falling there. It's just not, it's a safety issue. And that approximately is like $20,000 just for that area.
Does the one fix the roof include the ridge vent or soft fence?
So the next is the pane field lights. So that is actually our Babe Ruth field. In 2019, we had an engineering firm come out because we were going to change the lights, and we noticed that the poles were leaning. And what they said was that their pole was not embedded properly. I guess they hit water or rock, and they just decided not to finish the job correctly. They're leaning so far that the lights are acting as sails, and they're essentially pushing them over more, and that there's vertical cracking. And on the other light poles, Unfortunately, the technology is so antiquated that if we need to replace a coil or another part, there was a company in Mexico that was producing them until 2020. They're out of business. So if something breaks and it's not just a light repair, there is no lights. So, yes, please.
Did you look into Rhode Island Energy? For there's some programs for municipalities for lighting and huge discounts and rebates.
That's great. Yeah, I can look at that and see if we can also join that with the DEM grant. So is that something, again, I spoke with a representative from the committee for DEM, and being that is the central hub and being that we have dozens and dozens of teams playing there, we can hopefully lower the cost quite substantially. So that would be something to consider in the near future. And if you want to go, so here I was talking about the hard surface courts and the danger to safety. So this was actually at Central Coventry Park off of Provident Place, the one to the left. So unfortunately, years ago, they made this nice new tennis/basketball court. However, they forgot to install poles. So I guess the poles were installed after the fact. And what happens is when you don't do them correctly, the wind comes in, there's damage. So unfortunately, a lot of our properties are like this, kind of, it's just the way the construction happened at that time. So that's something that I would like to revamp and use. I know pickleball players use that area. I know that other people have called about using the tennis or basketball, because again, that's, if you remember the map, that's the only thing in that area where there's an actual hard surface court that should go all the way out to Western Coventry for the school. And to the right is Payne basketball courts. As I said, there's hundreds of children and adults who use it. So every year we have to do this, but over time, lines shift. It gets very slippery. So like, even if there's like a little bit of moisture in the air, we have to cancel a game. People are paying more and more money now for our programs. So we want to offer them the best experience and the safest experience. Okay. You want to go to the next slide? And I hate to say this, but if you build it, they will come. So to the left was the old tennis courts at Payne, and to the right was, thank for the grant and the town council for approving it, is our new pickleball tennis courts. And they're utilized every single day and masses. And it's a good way to, we're doing a state tournament next season, and that will generate a lot of revenue for the community, a lot of good PR. So you want to go to the next one? So I actually cannot read that from here. So just looking, the NRPA, the National Recreation and Park Association, they do a performance review, and they do kind of they look at different municipalities throughout the country, and they collected data from 2019 to 2021. And they said, just based on other communities, that there's a playground for every 3,807 people. That's about 11 for what we should have. We barely have 3 full-size ones. And again, we need to disperse it throughout the town. Next slide, sorry. So I just want to remind you what those playgrounds look like and why we had to take it down. There was holes in the slides when I got here, shards of metal sticking out, and they put play equipment where above rocks. So if you fall, you hit your head. So we had to remove those. They were not safe. So the next one is neighborhood playground. So I have spoken to Megan O'Brien and Sons. She's the owner. She has done playground equipment for, playground equipment for Jamestown, North Kingstown, many municipalities in Massachusetts. And so what I did was I actually did a walkthrough of the properties with her, and I actually had her take me to different parks throughout Rhode Island to show me which ones might fit for our different properties. So she said for approximately $80,000, they can build something with or without a shade structure, but actual equipment that can be used from ages 2 to 5 or 5 to 12. So really a place for children of all ages to congregate. Parents can be there, grandparents, and it just improve the quality of life for the people in those neighborhoods. And again, that's something that would a grant would most likely be funded through our IDEM. Do you want to go to the other?
And a quick question for you.
Oh, sure.
When was the last time a playground was installed in the town of Coventry?
So that tot lap, like the first, and the equipment was already purchased, but that is for little kids. And The equipment, I would not choose that equipment now. That equipment is not really going to last more than 5 to 10 years before the damage from the sun and just the elements.
So it was the one right out here.
Correct.
And before that,
And before that, I
Any idea?
think it was early 80s,
figured. Okay.
late
thank you.
70s. Yeah. So, so I know we're talking about a big community playground. Now, if you choose to put a large grant, not for an AB Payne Field, but you want to put it towards a community-wide playground, this would also be something that DM has funded in the past. So we would possibly pay 200,000 of that. There's different location I was thinking, but the most important is bike path access and access to water. So if we have a splash pad or something, we can have that. It's really about if we only have one large one, how do people get there? How do kids ride their bikes there? So the first one is Foster Field. We would have to remove, you can see like that big sand pit in the middle, but talking to Councilwoman Shockley, it gets very crowded on the weekends. So I don't know if that's the best idea now, but we'd have to work with parking, but it is a good central location and it is off the bike path. The next one is actually, we call it the Greenway Path or Silver Spoon. It's between Town Hall and the community center. It's a large space. Right now, Coventry Soccer Association is using it for the little kids to practice, but it's right off the Greenway. It's a large space and I think it has good parking. So that would also be another really good centrally located spot, nice and flat already. And then the right one is the old police station. So I actually spoke to Megan O'Brien about this. So we can have like a gazebo in the corner, make money off of birthday rentals, $50 to $100 an hour. We can put a splash pad there. There's still plenty of parking. We can put concession, rent it out for birthday parties. So although typically playgrounds don't make money, there are ways to generate some revenue. Okay. And then there's other areas too that we can consider. I'm sorry.
No questions, Ms. Ludwig?
Can you just clarify from your slides?
Yeah.
So when you say the neighborhood playgrounds, like on the previous slide, 240. So that means 240 and the three locations you're saying is the Memorial Park, Quidneck, and Harris.
So those are 80,000 each.
Oh,
correct.
80,000 each.
I apologize. So those are 80,000 each. And I put them together because
Okay,
more
got it.
likely to get the grant funding for the small grant.
And the 600,000 is for one community playground in one of these three suggested locations.
Correct.
Can you just tell me, I think I heard you say the first one is Foster Field. I mean, I drive by this every day. This does not look anything like what I'm used to seeing. So is this the,
can
you orient us?
Screen and talk? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Please go.
Sorry.
Is Station Street to the left? Is North
Station Street is right here. This is the upper
Lacrosse Field? Okay.
The middle school is here.
Got it.
And then you
Okay.
can walk this way.
And can you just tell us, do you mind staying there? I'm sorry. Where is the second location? I'm not familiar with where this is.
If you're going from the community center to Town Hall, on the left-hand side, there's businesses who I can take them a little bit. I just give them the good license coffee shop.
Coffee shop. Oh, okay. Behind the coffee shop. Yes. Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
You can see Jonathan, a little bit of Jonathan.
So this is really nice because this is a beautiful, already like accessible ramp. It's a great location, very centrally located, close to the community center. It'll be very nice. It also incorporates over campus.
Yeah, a nice area.
And did you say there's pond access around that
We have
location?
park access, but it's right here.
It's on the bike path.
Along the road. Okay. Got it. Thank you very much.
Rena, what's the grant? You have your, it's like, it's what would be state.
Mhm.
I don't know if you can.
So that was with the first slide. So for the three that are most likely to be funded would be those three $80,000 for, so we would pay, the max would be 100. So we would pay 140, which is beyond the 20% match. The field lights at Payne, maybe in conjunction with the Rhode Island Energy, they would also, based on their previous things, more likely to do that as a large one, DEM grant for up to 400,000. They also do a lot of large scale community parks. So they would also most likely be able to fund this one at 400,000 and the community we would pay 200,000 of that. But again, we wouldn't know until 2024, the spring, most likely. Let's see what else. And then next one. So this is the playground I like the best after going around Rhode Island. This is in North Kingstown. Their splash pad is a little bit small, but speaking of, like we make some changes obviously, but they have a nice splash pad. On the left-hand side out of the view is actually the gazebo, which they rent out, I think, for $15 to $100 an hour. As I said, they have a lot of ADA accessible playground equipment. So if you're in a wheelchair, if you just have mobility issues, this is, again, a community-wide, everyone, it's inclusive playground. And it has some shade structures too. It's actually right by tennis courts. So it's like a whole essentially compound, and it is, it's really nice.
Ms. Blumenthal, this is not the one at the town beach though, is it? Because this is at Wilson Park? Because down at the town beach in North Kingstown, there are two fantastic playgrounds.
This is not the one at the beach. This is one that I think would suit Coventry the best, with the elements that we were looking for: a splash pad, a water feature, accessible equipment, and a gazebo or some sort of area for people to rent out for
You
parties.
might also want to look at the two at the town beach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they're for different age groups.
Yeah, and this one is actually for ages 2 to 12, which is usually the norm, but absolutely. I'll definitely look at those. The next one I know you mentioned, the council mentioned, was the dog park. And again, I can't see that. So based on populations, municipal rights survey, there's usually one dog park for thank you, Cody, for 28,000 people.
I thought they'd be for dogs.
Yeah, that's true. All right. I like that.
I'm still awake.
You win.
I'm still awake.
So the dog park, if you want to go to the next slide, costs about 90,000. If we wanted to add like key fob, so to have people register and pay to better monitor the area, be an additional probably $10,000 more, just looking at it a little bit today. I spoke to, the benefits are that people are asking for dog parks. People are actually locking our field gates and bringing their dogs to our athletic fields. That has been caused a lot of problems with the leagues and with our own programs. So especially obviously on the West Warwick border where there's not as many parks or accessibility. So that would be good there. So if we did use this key fob idea, it's nice because I was looking at what other communities charge. They charge between $25 and $65 a year. You would have to get licensed. So, the dog is up to date with all his shots or his rabies. And then you can pay additional for each dog with a limit of 3. That's usually and that would help pay for the plastic bags, and we already pay about $2,000 a year right now just to have them on the greenway in our other fields. So it's just a nice way to keep updating the area without kind of asking every year for capital improvements or for money in our operating budget.
Director Blumenthal, how many dog parks are in Coventry right now?
Are you talking about my fields? No, there's none.
So we would possibly be the first town council to ever put in a dog park. To Councilor LeBlanc's earlier point about how long has it been since we've actually had a playground put in? This would be kind of first of its kind as well, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So what we were thinking is having like a small and large dog park, shade structures, waste stations, that double gate system, and a path leading from the parking lot to the dog park. That being said, who's going to maintain it? Talking to other municipalities and their dog parks, they spent a great deal of time cleaning up, hearing complaints, having to do bags, having to fix fences, having to where dogs dig up. So surfacing choices and everything else would have to be really carefully considered. So that's an issue. As I said, we are already short staffed for like our busiest times. So that would maybe with that money for the key fob, we can hire someone part-time to help maintain the area.
Can you help myself and the public understand the dollar amount? I think in everyone's heads, you kind of think of a dog park as like a couple benches and a fence. So where's the bulk? Like, help me understand.
So the fencing is very expensive and that double gate system is very expensive, as well as the type of surfacing for the dogs. So all that really does add up. And if we're adding a water feature as well, just the maintenance, just the ground and the different amenities, or if there's any kind of dog features in there or like structures for the dogs to play on, it actually adds up quite quickly. There was a 2022 grant awarded by DM to another municipality, and they spent approximately $87,000. That did include a little gazebo though for shade.
Okay. I know Smithfield just did a big dog park project. I don't know how
Yeah.
much theirs cost.
Maybe that was the one that got
Yeah.
the DEM funding. The issue is I spoke to animal control. They are concerned about the liability of animal attacks on other animals and also on humans. And would they need extra personnel to help monitor that area? So again, that would have to be in regulations and other things we would have to consider. Sorry. Almost, and that's it.
So when I discussed this particular project with Director Blumenthal, this wasn't something she was really excited about pursuing because of the extra work that it would entail. And so as we discussed that, I was the one that suggested the key fob, the access, having people pay to participate. I would also want to see a video surveillance system, and if the dogs are chipped, that we know who's leaving their dog droppings and not picking up, and we could deactivate their fob and charge them a fine to reactivate their fob. I mean, there's things that I would do to design it to be self-sustaining, to be as low impact on staff as possible. Might increase the dollar amount of getting into it, but once you have it, reducing the work on the back end, if we could at all help it. Because if you just put up a quick fence and a couple of benches, they're going to get destroyed really quick, and then you won't have a dog park.
Exactly.
And that's the problem. If you go cheap, you're going to get cheap. You're going to get less than what you wanted to pay for. If you do what you need to do in the first place, it'll last a long time and it'll add value. And I think that's a theme I've seen from developments, drainage systems, courts, lights. The town has unfortunately chosen to do the affordable way and gotten kind of the shaft on the back end because it's so expensive and hard to maintain.
Absolutely. So when the town manager was talking to me today about that key fob situation, and why it would be better for the maintenance aspect, I looked at remembered other communities that don't have that system, and the grass doesn't grow. It looks run down. People just try to maintain it. There's broken benches. So this might help with those situations.
So no dog park, right?
Ms. Blumenthal, while you're there, why don't you tell us very briefly about Trunk and Treat, which is this Friday?
Oh, I'd be happy to. So it is this Friday at the community center from 6 to 8:30 p.m. We have a headless horseman, thanks to Grow Coventry, the community group. We have an inflatable corn maze where we have volunteers inside to scare the kids. We have over what? No, I mean, that's how we advertised it. So they don't read that. We have over a dozen trunk or treaters. The Central Coventry Fire District will be there. Coventry Police Department will be there.
Town Council. The
Town Council absolutely be there. We're very excited. Last year we had over 2,000 people, and we expect more this year. And a lot of donations from a lot of good people in the community for candy and other goods.
Can I ask one last question?
Excuse me. Yes.
Director Blumenthal, for the Painfield lights, I'm just trying to picture right now, there's 2 fields that the lights are on, correct?
There is no, they're at the softball field, which is that one you saw without the lamps, the lights on it. There's the Babe Ruth field. And then there's the Little League field, not the tot lot. Not the T-ball, but the actual Little League field. So the outer 3.
So there's 3 lots right now, 2 baseball in essence and 1 softball that have
correct
that these lights would encompass all 3 fields.
Correct.
Okay. Just one item there. I know the lights are something that I've heard people talk about in my district before. People whose children, would benefit, things like scoreboards, haven't changed in 30 years and things like that.
Yes.
So
Little League is actually donating one, which is very nice.
Little League. Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. But this is the lights. Again, it feels like something that we could get people out to vote for. I don't know how the referendum results are going to, or the charter results are going to come out in November. Let's say question 14 is not passed. I feel like they would show up to approve a capital improvement plan with lights in them. But if I put in Quidnet Park hard surface court for 97, where it only hits one neighborhood, like that's where I feel like we could make a decision as a council on some of these individual items that would have a really hard time passing through a budget versus the lights that we could, I think, get a lot of town-wide support to get lights if we put that into a budget. So I just want to throw that out there because while I'm a huge softball fan, big baseball fan, big, my fear is that we'll never get to some of these other items if we have to leave it to an annual budget process. So I almost want to do like big ticket items that address a couple of the smaller places that may never get this money, for the next 20 years or something like that. So I'm just letting the counselors know where my mind is. I will be open to discussing smaller projects in your districts and approving those through ARPA money. If we can think about what can we as a community possibly put into the CIP plan that we think people could vote for, or we could vote for, depending on how that question turns out. So thank you.
Oh, thank you so much,
Thank you
everyone.
so much. So that leads me to summarize what we did this evening. Last week, the council identified from the 55 requests. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we were asking her questions all along. Are there any other questions for Ms. Blumenthal?
I'm actually just wondering, so if you were to get approvals for some of these, there's certain things where you think you can get grants, you're not sure. Would you be starting everything at the same time, or would you be piecemealing it so that you'd know all the money would be?
So I would like to start the community center and the hard surface courts sooner and not wait until 2024 to know.
Okay. So you have some things that would be upfront. I'd also like to say that, I really want to think about how we're going to maintain these. I like the idea of making sure that different neighborhoods have parks. That is, I think, wonderful for a town like ours. And I feel like we're too affluent to not have parks for our children to play on.
And what's good about this new technology, the post-tension concrete and all the new surfacing is that those, like just the pickleball courts, they come with a 20-year warranty. So they do last quite a long time.
So I can say I've been at the basketball courts at Payne and watching people, instead of skateboarding in the skate park, skateboarding on the pickleball court and really cringing. So, I want to make sure that we're maintaining these because it does look great.
Yeah.
And continuing to improve that area, I think can only be a positive. Even if that's not where we keep a rec center forever, it's still great to have those courts, and like that will be a win.
Safety issue as well.
So 100%. So just like I said, that's my bigger thing is maintaining all these things over time. A couple of them seem like they can get their own income to help maintain, but little parks in different neighborhoods don't have that ability. And I want to make sure that, the kids are going to stay safe, have fun. So just wanted to put that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a process question about opera funding. I mean, some of these proposals will be greatly reduced in cost because grant money might be available. So how do we structure requesting the use of opera funds? Do you go for the total amount, which might be $880,000 for lights? Or do you go for $480,000 and hope that you get a grant? I'm just not sure how this process works.
That's a tactical decision of how important is it for you to get it? Because if you don't get the grant and you don't have enough to do it, are you okay not doing that project and then reallocating the funds somewhere else? The biggest risk with the grants for parks and recreation is the timing. we'd find out in the last year before we have to have all the funds spent, whether or not we can do it while we have to commit those funds next year. And I don't know what flexibility we'll have to take projects that don't get funded last minute, reallocate them if we didn't report how they were going to be spent in the first place. So I would almost say that to protect ourselves, we're going to allocate and commit more funds than we have, just so that we have fallbacks that we can permissively spend on alternate projects that after something falls through. I think there's a lot to be considered, but it also depends on what the council's commitment is, because if you're going to do it, whether you have a grant or not, then that's a very different conversation. And we don't have to wait till the 11th hour to find out we can't do it, because we know we can.
So you're advocating that the council would vote for the total amount?
If that's what the council wants to do. Yes.
Okay.
Just one point, President. The only point that I wanted to bring up related to your comment right there is the 3.6 million for Briar Point.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ludwig brought up the point that 140 times 15,000 is 2.1 million. So the real cost is the difference between the 3.6 and the 2.1 million. So we'd be allocating the full amount of 3.6 when we really don't necessarily need that, because we're going to place liens on people's houses, and it's not really going to be using ARPA funds for that full 3.6. So that's a huge project that if the council is going to go forward with, we really got to think about that.
Well, that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it would be having that additional 2.1 going back into the sewer fund to further expand the sewer fund in this one project, because the sewer fund needs to grow beyond just Briar Point. And so that's a policy decision as well.
Yeah, but going that approach, you're really putting like $5 million towards the sewer program with that one vote.
Yes.
Okay. Other points that people want to make based on the conversation this evening? So my next question is this. We put down as an option, if you wanted to make a motion to direct staff to prepare resolutions. I didn't hear an appetite for that this evening. So we will not follow through with number 2. But my next question is, and we can't have a discussion on it, but we'll be preparing an agenda tomorrow morning for next Monday. So I need to understand what relating to ARPA do you want on that agenda for next Monday? So if you could just throw out some ideas without discussion, at least it gives us a starting point for the agenda discussion. So what relating to ARPA do you want to discuss next Monday, if anything? We'll go down the line. Mr. LeBlanc.
I wish the solicitor was here, because I'm not sure we're allowed to discuss what we want on the next agenda, to be honest.
You just need to have us submit that.
Yeah, just send it all to me before 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, and we can discuss it in our agenda planning meeting.
That's only if we have to have the meeting. I know it's very late.
You can't violate OMA just because of meetings today.
Well, and I don't think that we have 9.7 million, possibly. I think there are some projects that have been put forth that have a quicker timeline that we need to start thinking about, but I don't think we definitely need to allocate $9.7 million in the next few weeks. I think this has told us where our priorities perhaps need to lay. So think of it more in that direction than let's spend it all and, finish this discussion. These are the projects that we think are important that have a timeline, and let's approve that money and put it on the portal and show how much we have left, and we can continue to move forward from there.
I'm not suggesting that there's a timeline or that we have to make decisions right away. I'm just trying to get directions as to where you want to go next as far as discussion of ARPA requests. Everything on the agenda this evening was based on what people on the council identified last week as presentations they wanted to hear. That doesn't mean that other requests that were presented to us, for example, fire district requests, we have not discussed those. They were not on the agenda for this evening, but there's still requests out there that are worthy of discussion. So send your suggestions to Mr. Marchand, And we'll do the best we can tomorrow morning. And if we get them by Wednesday, we'll still be able to make adjustments before the posting on Thursday afternoon.
I also don't know why we need to rush to make sure it's on next week's agenda. Okay.
It doesn't have to be.
I'd rather we do a good job and do our due diligence with this than rush to get it on the agenda for Monday for no reason.
So am I hearing that no related ARPA requests should be on the agenda for Monday? Is that what I'm hearing?
It depends on the suggestions, and we haven't heard from everyone. And so we'll just wait and see.
Okay. All right. So if possible, try to send things by Wednesday noon. All right. Let's see, adjournment. May I have a motion and second to it?
We added a public comment.
No, we don't have any more. We already had.
We voted to add one, and there is somebody with their hand up.
Oh, wait a minute. Where was the-
The first vote we did was the addition of public comment.
Oh, I thought that was going to be earlier. Okay. Public comment is now open. If there's someone in the audience today who would like to make a comment, there's no one here except staff members. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to make a comment? Okay.
It's just reminding us we have public comment.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no hands raised in Zoom, no people here in the audience, public comment is now closed. May I have a motion to adjourn, a motion and second to adjourn this meeting at 10:16?
I'll make the motion.
A second.
Thank you. Roll call, Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Miss Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes.